NPEC EDC, and then we'll go back. Nat will open up that meeting. Is that correct? And then he'll adjourn that meeting, and then we'll resume our planning board. Okay, so I will start off by opening up the planning board meeting and go through the announcements, etc. So let's just see if Barry joins on here. We do have a quorum, so we are able to continue.
Fritz is on now, John.
Barry's here.
Great. All right. Welcome, Barry. So let me get started. First, I'd like to welcome everyone, and I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Nantucket Planning Board for March 14th, 2022. But before we get started, I'd like to announce that we are conducting this meeting via Zoom webinar and remote participation pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order regarding open meeting law. With that, we're going to go through a roll call. So just to identify members that are here, the planning board. So as I call your name, just answer present. Nat Lowell.
Present.
Dave Iverson.
Present.
Fritz McClure.
Present.
Barry Rector.
Present.
And the chair, myself, John Trudeau, present. Alternates, I believe I see Stephen Welch. Stephen?
Present.
Great. And Cam Sutton?
Here.
Great. And then for staff, Andrew Vorse.
Sure.
Meg Trudell.
Here.
And I understand Leslie will be joining us in later. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So move, sir.
So move.
Okay,
Second.
motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. I got through that. Roll call again. Roll call to approve. Barry.
Present and here. Yes.
Nat.
Here, aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Dave Iverson.
Aye.
And chair votes aye, unanimous. Okay, so at this time, we will take a brief recess to allow Nat, chairperson for the NPEDC, to open up a meeting. And then after we close out that meeting, we will resume with the planning board. So Nat, I give it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call the meeting of the Planning Commission to order for March 14th for this brief meeting. And I guess we can do a roll call. I can't see everyone, so I'm going to just go through the names. Mary, are you on?
Here.
John, you're here. Dave,
Here.
Fritz, Barry. I see Jack earlier. Is Bert on, Megan?
No, I see just Mary, Jack, and the 5 planning board members. But that should be
Okay.
a quorum of the NPEDC.
And no, I understand. And you don't see Wendy either, right?
No.
Okay, so we'll just scratch them off then. Okay. So welcome everyone, and thank you for this staff for making this possible today. So I'm going to open this up to Andrew, but we're here to discuss Patrick's Reed's addition to our staff and and the adjustment of the contract. So Wendy is on the call, Megan. She just texted me. So she might be called in by dialed in or something, not video. So maybe you can work on that somehow.
I see two
Okay.
people that are dialed in. Do you know what the last 4 of her phone number is? And I can pull her over.
minute.
Or even the last.
0903, 0903.
All right, I'm gonna bring her over
Yeah.
to talking permitted. So she's in
Okay.
on the
Okay,
meeting.
cool. Oh, technology, amazing. Get her, Megan. We blink, we'll be done, so I don't want to lose her if she's there. So,
I brought her over, yeah.
okay. Wendy, can you hear us? Okay.
We ready, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so I
Megan,
just-
she's not.
Just want to tell you how pleased we are. We have Patrick. Patrick Reed is here today. His first meeting with you all. I know I saw him on there. Patrick, you're here, right?
Yeah, he's there. Somewhere.
He's been here on island already. He's looked over some of our many projects and met some of our various people. He will be back. I can't remember when, but I know fairly soon he's going to be working remotely for a while. Patrick, you're in Maryland right now, right?
Yep, that's correct, in Maryland.
So we are having this meeting to make the necessary adjustments. Derek is here as well to our state contract. As you know, the funding for Patrick's position and for a percentage of my position and all of the indirect costs is covered by the 3C account from the state. And we have to make certain adjustments to our contract now that we have Patrick on board. So Derek maybe can help us out with that.
Yeah, so the necessary action we need today is for an adjustment to the Unified Planning Work Program, the UPWP, to add Patrick Reed as a staff person, and I believe it's for 100% of Patrick's time will be billed to this contract. There will be another action or proposed action, excuse me, to release in April for further monies that need to be added to the contract that FHWA wanted to withhold until a new staff person was identified. And we still have some time to address that. But in order for Patrick's work to be reimbursed by the state, he does need to be added to the UPWP at this time.
Okay. And I have that motion ready to read off when we're ready, Andrew. So.
Thing or,
Want to-
he wants to update you all on the commission of some of the things he's been doing, but he's already been busy getting his thoughts together about what we're doing. So
When will we see him in person? Patrick, when are you going to be here at all?
Sure.
Once you get settled.
I'll actually be back on the island on the 21st. So looking forward to being there in person to, meet with any of you who are interested in catching up and checking in. I'm also looking forward to serve the commission in the long term. We'll be in April, we'll be coming back with the tip. And I know it's not an agenda item today, so we'll save that discussion for next time. But we did want to let you know that we've got some business in April that I'm looking forward to bringing toward for the group in about a month here.
And Andrew, I'm assuming that when he comes here, you've got a plan for the necessary people he needs to meet and greet and get, involved with, right?
absolutely.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Before I'll read off this motion and someone can can make the motion, accept the motion. So does anyone have any questions for Patrick?
Welcome to the team.
Yeah, it's been a long time. We really, really appreciate you being here. So thank you for accepting and taking us on. Don't read anything in social media. Don't listen to anyone. Ask questions about somebody that might ask you something. So thank you very much for taking this on.
Patrick, yeah, make sure you bring some ibuprofen as well too. We're going to be bending a lot.
Now, I think
I'm
we should
looking
make this
forward to
motion
meeting you.
quickly.
All good advice. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I'm looking forward to jumping in. So thanks for the opportunity.
So I'll read the motion. Move that the chairman be authorized to work with staff to update the 3C transportation contract to reflect the hiring of Patrick Reed, to make other changes necessary related to other staff listed in the contract, and to sign any documents necessary for submission to Mass DOT. Anyone want to make that
So
motion?
moved.
Second,
All those in favor? Mary,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Barry,
aye.
and Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
And
you have
chair
Wendy
votes
on
aye.
board too.
Oh,
and
and
Wendy.
Wendy. Sorry,
Wendy,
Wendy.
aye.
Thank you, thank
Welcome,
you.
Patrick.
Thank
Yep.
you, Wendy. I forgot that you were there. Okay, and chair votes aye. So Megan, do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So thank you all. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, everyone, for your time this afternoon. And I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, real quick,
Oh, go ahead,
just super
Megan.
quick. I know I initially had sent out an email that the next meeting would be on Monday, April the 18th. The 18th is actually a holiday. It's Patriots Day, so town offices will be closed. So we'll be having that meeting on Monday, the 25th instead, 5 p.m.
Yep.
via Zoom.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Barry.
Yeah, just through you to Derek. Derek, you mentioned something too about having to do some type of financial things in April. Will that date suffice when we next meet, or do we need to address that now before we?
No, it should be fine. Basically, you've only had access. The Nantucket UPWP contract has about 1/3 of the total amount that it needed for the year. And it's just an administrative thing we have to do with FHWA, MassDOT, and Andrew to make sure that the contract's revised to reflect the full amount. But there will need to be an amendment to the UPWP showing the appropriate increase of funds for each task of your UPWP as endorsed.
Okay.
So there's more questions than answers at the moment on that, but we know what we have to do, and that will be ready to present on April 25th, along with a draft transportation improvement program at that meeting for 21-day public comment that Patrick's actively working on revising for 2023 through 2027. So that's probably one of the most important meetings of the year for you guys to be at on the 3C planning front.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Megan. And with that, I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
So move, sir.
Second.
All those in favor, Mary,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
and Wendy.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all very much. Very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we sort of stay here.
Thank you, Nat. And I'll just announce that we're reconvening for our planning board meeting. And I think next up we have minutes. So Meg, unless there's some changes, I believe we have minutes that are ready from January 10th of 2022 and January 24th of 2022. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. I think Barry had just a few minor non-substantive changes that he's worked through with Catherine. So I would just suggest making the motion as revised by staff before Catherine gets those final ones posted up on the website.
Great. Is there a motion?
So moved to accept the minutes from January 10th and January 24th, minor revisions as submitted.
Thank you, Barry. Is there a second? Okay, Nat.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, second by Nat. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Okay, now on to second dwellings. So I'd like to take a motion to approve all the second dwellings unless there is something that someone needs to discuss or recuse themselves from.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
okay, there's a second. So Fritz has made the motion to approve and Dave has seconded. Roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Now on to the A&Rs. I will be recusing myself from 40 and 40 and a half Essex Road. So unless there's anyone else that needs to recuse or discuss, I'll entertain a motion to approve the others and I can list those. Is there anyone that has a comment or reason to recuse? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to list the ones that we're going to look to vote on. And then I'm also going to leave out the two
Yeah.
covenants at 15 Folger and 19 Folger at the end for public hearing. So with that, we're going to be voting on the approval of 7 Bayberry Lane, Leon, 9 Bayberry Lane, Norris, 246 Highland Ave, 2 High LLC, 85 Fairgrounds Road, Duffy, and I believe that is it. Is there a motion?
So moved, sir.
Second.
Motion's been made to approve by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, please. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now I would ask Dave, if you would, please continue the meeting. I will be recusing myself from 40 and 40 and a half Essex Road, Vorse, and if you will, take over.
All right, thanks, John. Okay, this is to implement a previously approved second residential lot. Any discussion?
Motion to endorse.
Second. Great. So roll call vote. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz. Aye. Barry,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Unanimous. Welcome back, John. Didn't take long.
Great, that was a quick one. Thank you, Dave. All right, on to the meeting. As I said, we'll be discussing the other two further in public hearing. So now on to previous plans. This is a Form J for the Maryland Lane subdivision. So Meg or Andrew, would you like to interject?
Sure. So this lot release was never done back in the early 2000s because there was an existing structure. So it was just merely an oversight. So they're trying to make some changes to the property and they're not eligible for a building permit because the lot hasn't been released. So that is why they're coming forward with a Form J. So staff's recommendation would be to endorse it.
Thank you. Members, any questions, comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll move. Second.
Motion's been made to approve by Fritz and seconded by Nat. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you. Next one, Maybelline subdivision, request for minor modification. Meg, take it away, please.
Sure, I'm actually gonna bring over Dan Malloy and Stephen Morey for this one.
Okay.
There was several requests that were included with your packet, most of which were minor, with the exception of that connection, which is up for you guys to discuss and decide what you want to do with. But I just recall you discussing that at length at the meeting. And because it's specifically a condition, in order to modify that, it would need to come forward as a public hearing. But I guess if you want to just discuss in further detail with the applicant, that might be helpful.
Great. Meg, are you going to let the person, Stephen or Dan, in?
They're both here.
Oh, great.
I
Okay.
brought 'em over.
Welcome, gentlemen. I'll let either of you open up. If you have any comments.
I'll jump in. So we've got a bunch of minor modifications. I'll save the one in terms of the catch lot connection. I'll save that to last, as I agree with Megan. If we do come back with that officially, it has to be a public meeting. So they're pretty straightforward if you get a chance to look. So the subdivision right now, I'll just go right through them. Number one, it's approved with asphalt berms. I'd like to just take out the asphalt and put a granite curbing. I don't expect, assuming that's not a major concern there. Like to take out the asphalt sidewalks, replace those with brick. So really everything we're going to talk about is generally improvements to the current design and approval. So granite curbing in place of asphalt, brick sidewalks in place of asphalt. Number three, I'll come back to. And number four, I'll come back to 3 and 4 together, I guess it'll be easier. Number 5, would like to change the approved paved road to brick. So we have a brick sidewalk and a brick road. Number 6, we'd ask, with the changes we're looking to make, would ask if the board would consider reducing the roadway width from 20 feet to 18 feet. Again, we're going all brick, we're doing granite sidewalks. I think overall it's a pretty good improvement, but I know I'm not sure if that's something you want to have a lot of discussion about. And then number 7, the owners and the homeowners association would like to have streetlights in each lot. That's something that they're looking to do on their own, but they would be located within the right of way. So we do need the board's approval of that. And the association would also like to ask the board to consider allowing them on the cul-de-sac island at the end to pave it instead of landscaping it. They would just like to use it as an open rec space pavement instead of landscaping, if that's something the board would entertain. So if it works, if we can talk about those items first, then I can come back to 3 and 4 just because they function a little separately.
Okay. Board members, I think we can start with number 1 and number 2, asphalt berms to granite and asphalt sidewalk to brick. Does anybody have any questions or objections to those? Cam, I see your hand is raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment on a few of them. So if you're just going to take them one at a time.
We'll
or
just
2
take
at a
them.
time, then
Yeah,
I'll just
well, I
wait.
see these two being pretty much similar, so
Yep.
I'm taking these
Yep.
together, but we'll go one by one. So any others?
The 2 together are fine. I'm okay with 1, 2, 5, and 6. So I was just going to try and talk about a couple of the other ones as you went along.
So as Dan said, we're going to skip over 3 and 4 for now. So when we get to number 7, Cam, I think you'll have something to say. And if it's about low-lying lights, we're probably thinking about the same. So going back to number 1 and 2, anybody have any objections or questions, comments? Okay, so that seems reasonable. Going to number 5, change the paved road to brick. Does anybody have any questions about that? We'll group that in with number 6, 20 feet to 18 feet width. I would first refer to Andrew or Meg. Do you see any issue with that from a legal standpoint?
No, not due to the size of the subdivision, that would be all right.
Okay, members, do you, my personal opinion would be there's a considerable amount of expense being put into it to convert from just a simple paving to brick. I think it's aesthetically going to be really nice. So I think the extra 2 feet represents a good, fairly good savings for the developer over the course of the length of the road. So I don't think it's an unreasonable request. I'd like to hear from other members if they have any other issue with that.
I have
Okay,
one question, Mr. Chairman.
sure, go ahead.
Can I
Nat.
just ask, when we, refresh my memory, Dan, when we talked about this, we obviously didn't have any plan for on-street. I mean, are we gonna have any on-street parking? I mean, it's obviously not gonna be pass and repass with parking, and that's not a big deal with a cul-de-sac, but I don't remember what we talked about in that regard. So,
Yeah, we never had a discussion about on-street parking in this one. I think with the half-acre lot sizes, 20,000 square feet, it wasn't really something that we'd never come up in the public meeting process.
yeah, but there's definitely gonna be people visiting people and parking for, you know, something. So, but I mean, again, I'm not saying that it needs to be 20 feet. I'm just saying, I'm just talking in general. If you have curbing, you can't pop your tires up onto the sidewalk as easy as you can when you have berm. So that's all I'm saying. So
Nat,
they're gonna be. Go
I
ahead,
like to look
John.
at this. Yeah, no, I like to look at this. It's a relatively small development, and there's not going to be a lot of traffic. There's not a through pass,
Right.
not a throughway. So if someone were to visit and park on the street, you'd still have the ability to pass by that car. So for
That's
on
right.
occasion, I don't know if
Right.
I'd want to put that or make a concern about having that written in as off-street parking. And as Dan said, there's 20,000 square feet, if, you know, similar to what was, and we always relate it to Mizzen Mast, Pine Valley. And I'm curious what the width of that road would be if that's 18, but I know there was no off-street parking there. And on occasion, if somebody was coming over for a party or a
They pull,
function,
yeah.
yeah. So I know there's kind of curbing a little more difficult, but with the
Yeah.
extra, I don't know if that's necessarily a big concern.
I'm not even saying that it is. I'm just saying, the width of a vehicle, you definitely have room to pass, whether it's 18 or 20, it really won't make a difference. I'm just saying with curbing versus berm, it's different. So, but again, I'm fine with it because it's gonna be nice looking. It's gonna be a little bit like Woodbury Lane, a lot smaller, but
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah, I think,
And it also is better for drainage. You know, there's gonna be it's gonna drain a little bit more by itself.
Mhm.
So, but I'm fine with it. I just couldn't remember what we discussed, so.
okay. Anyone else? Cam, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment regarding the berm versus the granite. Living in a neighborhood where people are constantly parking on the median and in the bike path and downtown on sidewalks, I think the granite is a better way to go. And, you know, parking like was just suggested should really be discouraged everywhere in my view, but especially in an area where there should be plenty of room to park. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. Seeing no other hands raised, I'm going to move on to streetlights. My first comment was probably something that Cam was going to say, and maybe she'll add to it, but streetlights, are we looking at downcast, low light, something that won't affect dark skies? Cam, is that?
Yes, it has to comply with the town lighting requirements, so it definitely would have to be downcast. It has to have shields on the top. So that's a specific requirement anyways. We have to do that.
And is there a particular number that you have in mind? How many of those are, you know?
Yeah, right now we're looking at just one per lot. Ideally, we'll try to space them out as, as symmetrically as possible along the property, maybe ideally near the driveways if they all kind of lay out symmetrically, but at least, trying to get one for every lot is the intent.
Okay. I don't really have a particular concern if it's, but from the lighting, but my question is if it's one per lot, if it's excessive. And again, I just related to an area that I used to live in for 21 years. It was mizzenmast. And I'm trying to picture if there was a street light in front of every one of our homes, if it would really light up that street almost like a runway. And it's just a consideration. It's not really an opinion from my standpoint. It's I don't know if the actual neighbors would really prefer that, because it will be lit up pretty well, even if it's downcast lighting. So any other board members with comments or thoughts? Dave?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Are we talking about tall street lamps? Or are we talking about kind of short street lamps you see in some of the newer developments, which really just light the sidewalks?
It's really just to light the side. We're not talking big, tall Main Street type lamps here. This is more of a homeowner style, something probably the order of 8 to 10 feet tall, I would think.
Oh, okay, that tall. Okay, I was thinking Sachem's Path has these short ones that are probably like 3 or 4, probably 4 feet tall, just like the sidewalk. Doesn't cause an overwhelming amount of light. They look halfway decent, so wasn't sure.
Let me just go check the frontage here. These lots are pretty wide as well, so you don't have, just check to give you an idea here. So the frontage in each one of these lots, each lot has 150 to 200 feet of frontage. So it's not, with the half acre zoning here, you've got to have a pretty good spread. So on average, you're going to have at least 100 feet between each light, if not more.
Okay. Well, thinking about a football field of this, it actually puts it in perspective. It's not as cumbersome as I originally thought. So,
does Canterbury have lights? Don't they have street lights? Or not Canterbury? I'm sorry. Where's the house blew up? What was that?
Woodbury.
Woodbury. Yes. Kind of gas style street lights. Is that what we're talking about?
It would be the Nantucket gas style, but a much shorter version. But the ones downtown are pretty big.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't have a problem with that.
Cam, your hands up.
Yeah, so I think one of my things would be questions is, are these lights, will they have the ability, one, to be controlled by the homeowner so they can be turned on and off? And if not, can they be on a timer that does not have them on all night? I think, we do have sort of a 10 p.m. noise, something or other, and maybe the lighting is following that same thought. But I know that it does become a glow when it's on all night from, in the summers, of course, it doesn't get dark until 9:30, but in the winters, it's a lot larger. So I was just wondering about the controls on these.
Stephen, I see your hand. Welcome. Stephen Morgan, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. We are looking at dark sky compliant street lamps that would be similar in style to the ones you see around town, and also similar in style to the ones that are being, I don't know if they've been proposed yet, but this same manufacturer or installer is working with Nashop on their plan to install some new dark skies compliant street lamps there. As part of what we're looking into, we're looking at the style lamps that have timers and dimmers, so they sense the light, just basically what Cam was talking about. So they sense the light, they know when they need to be on, they know when they need to be off. The homeowners association would have ability to turn them on and off as they want, but it seems these things have gotten smarter than that already.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Cam, does that answer your concerns?
Yes, it does. I just would like to say, I guess, that like the ones not necessarily downtown, but on Prospect Street, I just find them to be very bright with the open glass. So if there's a way to have a less transparent globe or something, I'm not exactly sure, but those are very blindingly bright in the lantern style. So,
Mr.
but I
Chairman,
believe that dark skies compliance is really good. And I think that group is also helping developers discern what would be appropriate lighting for an area. So.
Great. Thank you, Cam. Stephen?
it was just through you to Cam,
Sure.
that sort of opaque lighting encasement is what we're looking at. So I don't know if you guys want to get that specific in your decision or in your motion, but that is what we intend to do.
Yeah, and I'm sure
Right.
HDC will have something to say about that as well. So there's a double there kind of protection. I'm not worried about it.
Okay, thanks.
Great. If we're done with the other 1 through 8, we'll go back to 3 and 4. Dan, you wanted to introduce and comment on those?
Yes. Megan, can I share a screen?
You should be able to. NCTV, are you listening? Can you make me co-host again, please? I got kicked off and signed back on, so I can't change permissions. So, okay, it looks like you're able to do it.
Okay, excellent. So in terms of the sidewalk with catch lots, there's a couple of things we want to talk about. The first one, I'll just zoom in here a little bit. First thing we'd like to do, so right now the sidewalk, if you can see, it goes all the way, goes around the cul-de-sac and dead ends over here on the front of lot 9. Would ask if we can cut off this section of the sidewalk. So where it hits catch lot right here, continues around and doesn't continue along the bottom side. In effect, we're trying to avoid people coming through catch a lot or using it as a throughway, going down this way and then hitting a dead end essentially. So the sidewalk would just continue along the top of this side and not have this little wing on the bottom. So that was one of the questions that we want to talk to the board about. The other one would have to come back for a public meeting if it's something we end up pursuing. But just to get your general thought on it, the approval right now requires a 6-foot connection to catch a lot through this here. We were asking to reduce that to 4 feet, which would match the sidewalk approved in our property, as well as the existing sidewalk on catch a lot. So at this point, we'd just like to get your thoughts on that. And if it's something we're going to pursue, we'll have to come back to a public meeting to change it from 6 to 4. So the first question again was just to cut off this section of the sidewalk so we don't have a dead end kind of extension here. That was the first one.
Okay. Board members, care to comment? I see Cam's hand raised. Is that current, Cam?
Yes, it is. So
Great.
I did have a comment on number 8 if we get back to it. But so regarding the point Dan was just talking about in removing that section of sidewalk, I guess my only thought and concern is that it leaves lot 9 and lot 8 might have access, but it leaves lot 9 accessing the catch lot connection in the road. And so like, even if you made it not a 4-foot sidewalk, but say made it a 3-foot sidewalk to the join there and then had the 4-foot continuing, it might help indicate to anyone coming across that you're going to take a right and not a left, but it would still allow the kids and pedestrians from lot 9 and lot 8 to safely and easily access the catch lot connection. I don't know how popular that connection is going to be. I guess I see it more as a kids back and forth thing, but I could be terribly wrong. So that was my thought on doing away with that section of sidewalk. Thank you.
Thanks, Cam. My personal opinion would be that I don't have an issue eliminating that bottom hook, and here's the reason why. We have other lots such as lot 10 to the left of lot 9, and that you actually have to cross the street to go to the sidewalk because there's not a sidewalk on that side of the street. So not every lot needs to have a sidewalk, but the sidewalk does go from the start of the neighborhood all the way down to where there's the catch-a-lot lane access. And when you look at lot 9, it's a little tricky as far as, the cul-de-sac there and that corner, that big hump there, right smack in the middle. So there's a kind of like a blind corner. So I would almost want to eliminate the sidewalk for that particular, because you would naturally go on that sidewalk and then maybe try and either, I know how kids are, instead of going, they're not going to go right all the way around the cul-de-sac to go left. They'd probably just scoot right across the street. So from a safety standpoint, it almost would be better from lot 9, accessing it from the left side and going straight across where there's a clear open path with the cars. So that's just my thought about that. And I'll entertain any comments from the board about that bottom hook being eliminated before we discuss the other sidewalk. No?
I mean, I see what they're trying to do, John. I mean,
Yeah,
Steve,
eliminate the people coming in that walkway or
Yeah.
that bike, walk, etc., making a hook left and then coming to a standstill where they're going to probably naturally cross over to the sidewalk and on the top. So that actually, to me, is even the same, a little dangerous. Does everyone follow what I'm looking at there? Barry, your hands up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to be brief. I concur with your thought process here at this point. I don't want to belabor this much further. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless anyone else have any comments, I'm going to assume that you all agree. And then we can move on to discussion about the foot, the reduction of, or at least the request for the reduction to 4 feet for the catch-a-lot walkway there. And I'm open to hear any comments about that.
are we moving on to that now? The 4-foot thing? Number 3?
We are. I think
Okay.
nobody wanted to discuss, or they were
Yeah.
maybe in agreement with myself and Barry's comments about that hook being eliminated. So with that, we'll move on to that second discussion. We'll call it number 4.
There was quite a bit of conversation about that walkway,
Mhm.
John. In fact, you talked quite a bit about that with future, utility stuff and making sure that we have access. If there's something's got to get dug up in the future, it doesn't have to be destroying the sidewalk. And that's why I think that was the reason for the 15 feet. But I'm not sure what the reason for going to 4 feet versus 6 width is. 4 is pretty narrow. There's going to be bikes. There's going to be, I don't know. How busy it's going to be is hard to say. Maybe it won't be at all. So, Steve, if you're there, do you have or Dan, do you have a reason for 4, or is it just?
Yeah, through you,
Okay.
Mr.
Sure.
Chair.
Go ahead, Stephen.
The sidewalks that we're connecting, we're building a connector from the new sidewalk that we're talking about building, and then the existing sidewalk at Catch Lot. Both of those are 4 feet. So whatever can be accommodated on 4 feet on either end can also be accommodated by a 4-foot connector. Requiring the bridge between 2 small paths to be larger sort of doesn't make a lot of sense, in my opinion. And going back to the discussion from the original approval, John, you suggested that the 15 feet was necessary because who knows what in the future we might need to lay in the ground. You know, reducing from 6 feet to 4 feet, you have just that much more ground to dig up if we need to put something.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, Steve. I'm just trying to like relive the conversation that we had because I don't remember everything. So how long is that from from the new cul-de-sac to the Cashalot property line? What is that, like 100 feet? I don't know what it is.
It's probably closer to 200 feet.
Oh, yeah, close to 200 feet.
Okay.
So I see a couple of hands raised, Nat, unless you have more to add.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead, John.
I'd like to move on to Dave Iverson. I see your hand raised.
Sure. I think Barry was first, but that's fine. Sorry, it was Barry. I have a problem with making it narrow. And I understand what Dan's saying about it's meeting a 4 foot wide strip already, but the length of that is very short. And this is long in 4 feet, 2 bikes going either way, you're going to hit handlebars. I do think this path will be used. They'll probably plant buffers outside of that, which will make it feel even narrower. I just think that the Cashalot side wasn't done right, but that should not preclude us from doing this side right. And it's a much longer stretch. So I'm not real comfortable with shrinking it down.
Thank you, Dave. Barry? Oh, you're muted, Barry.
Yeah, sorry, that's okay. Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'd like to hear from staff and what their thoughts are at this point, and there may be an alternate resolution depending on what y'all want to do, but I would really like to hear from either Megan or Andrew.
Okay, and before you answer, Meg, I just had another question to add to that. The Cashalot, I've heard that is 4 feet. Is that just because it was constructed of 4 feet, or was there a planning board decision that allowed them to go 4 feet?
I can tell you it's constructed at 4 feet, but I don't know what the decision says.
Yeah, so having doing something and being asked to do something is two different things. So I would first find out if, I don't want to use that as an example just because they have 4 feet there, that it's assumed that would be easy to copy if the decision calls for 6 or 8 or 10 feet, and they just did a 4 foot section there. So I'd probably want to find that first, and being that it would be, I believe, open for a public hearing, I wouldn't want to hold that up for that. So I'd entertain any other thoughts that you would have, Meg or Andrew, on that.
Well, I think that it would be appropriate to approve all of the requested minor modifications as a minor modification today, with the exception of this, because regardless of what anyone's thoughts are, it is going to modify a condition in the decision, so it will need to come back for a public hearing. That shouldn't hold up the other asks, and I think at that time we can take a little bit of a harder look as to what was required at Cashalot. And I think it's just important for the applicant to walk away today knowing whether or not that's something that this board would be even open to considering, because if not, then there's no point in coming back for the public hearing for that.
Great. I do. So also, before we do anything, I'd still entertain more comments on this, but I probably got ahead of myself when I jumped to 3 and 4, because I don't know if we really discussed the paved cul-de-sac portion on the interior, and I think Cam wanted to comment on that as well. So I just don't want to, my ADD, I'm bouncing all over, so I just want to make sure that we go back to that.
Everybody good with the screen share? I'm going to turn that off.
Great, thanks, Dan. So if we just put that sidewalk on hold for now, let's discuss, before we entertain any motion, for the approved minor mod, talk about the paved cul-de-sac. Cam, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, John. I just sort of wanted to comment, just because green space can be utilized for water catchment, stormwater catchment. And I just think once it goes pavement, people are going to come off. Honestly, most people take some kind of a calculus path to get to point A to point B. They don't, if they can go straight across the street, they're not going to go around the street. That's just what, people do. But anyway, and I just sort of see it as asphalt is becoming the excess parking space. But I didn't see until, or maybe they presented it today. Anyway, I didn't see it as being like a basketball lot or something along those lines. So I guess if there was a way to sort of stop it from becoming a parking lot, that would be fine. But that was just my thought on it as we pave more and more, though I know a lot of what they're putting in is semi-pervious versus impervious surfaces. So just my thought on the asphalt going in. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Stephen, is there a particular reasoning that you would want it paved over? I mean, as you stated, maybe, recreation, basketball or something like that.
Yeah, so several of the lots have contracts for new owners, and they asked me to come back before you and make this request. The specific use that they told me this would be used for is street hockey. They, even on the brick surface, they think that their children would enjoy that. So that was the reason.
Great. So would there be, if we were to consider and approve the pavement of the cul-de-sac area, would there be any kind of, fencing or something like that? And, to keep it in contained in there? And I say, I grew up playing in the streets, and when a car comes by, and everybody scatters around, and so this traffic is going to be very minimal. So I'm not so much concerned about that. The people that are traveling there are mostly going to be people that are living there, unless somebody's taking a wrong turn.
Right. And at least this, and I realize that you all need to be concerned with the future uses and things that, are unknowable today. But at least this first group of owners, I understand they all know one another. They think this would be a neat thing for all of their kids to be able to use the street in this way. So that's the reason that they asked me to come before you and make the request.
Okay. Board members.
And then, sorry, I skipped over your question there about fencing. Wasn't something I'd considered. I don't know, how that would work really, but happy to take it back to the group if that's the comment.
Okay.
John,
Yes, Fritz.
through you, I just can we put back up on the screen so we can see the cul-de-sac again? I'm not concerned about the other changes other than the easement, but how do we, if you're going to pave it, when you're saying pave it, do you mean asphalt or do you mean brick, number one?
Whichever surface the board approves. Right now we're asphalt. If we got, approval for brick for the roadway, then this would be brick also.
Okay, so I think my concern is maybe where John was going. How are you going to separate, if you will, or prevent the middle lot 11 from having cars driving across it? Would there be a berm? How would you go about doing it?
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, excuse me. But the intention was that it would be a level surface from the road to the center of the circle so that, a ball could roll across it, rollerblading, biking, what have you. So, so I think the ask is that there's no elevation change or physical separation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
I didn't
I
realize
was
that.
looking at that. It shows Cape Cod berm, and then obviously with the previous request to go from the Cape Cod berms to the granite, I would assume that we're not going to have a raised elevation with granite curbing and then pave it on the inside of that. It's almost creating a lip if you're playing hockey, street hockey with pucks going off. So I think we've kind of naturally looked at that design and said you would eliminate the berm and the granite curbing, and then it would all be tied into brick to match the the entire roadway. Is that correct, Stephen?
Yep, that's
Great.
the request. Yeah.
Okay.
I see now. I
Dave
didn't catch
Iverson.
that part.
Yes, Dave.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Dan, how big is that area?
I'm getting that right now. I heard that question coming. So you're looking at, it's basically going to be 60 feet across.
Okay, so it's a good size area. Are the driveways going to be asphalt?
Well, the driveways has to be asphalt or brick or cobble at a minimum for the aprons, just by regulation. So they have to be some type of impervious surface.
Yeah. Okay. I'm torn here. I grew up in a neighborhood. Everyone went to someone's house to play sports. That's just what we did. 1 week it would be someone else's house. Next week could be the next person's house. My problem is we're paving over something that probably doesn't need to be paved over, and that there's other opportunities in the neighborhood to use surfaces. So that's just my personal issue with it.
So Dave, if I can comment on your comment, I'd, you know what? 99 out of 100, I'm with you. I'm looking at green space. I'm looking at that bottom circle. I like what Cam was talking about as far as drainage. I kind of would almost naturally agree. However, I was off island not too long ago, and I went to an area very, very similar to this. And it just so happens I watched kids playing in the cul-de-sac, and it was safe, and they didn't have to, I know what you're saying, go to somebody's house, but there's a half acre. Everyone owns a half acre of land there. They would probably be playing in their driveway on a kind of narrow driveway that you would want, you would have paved over right up to the door, and they'd have a shortened, this kind of expands everything a little bit. And by using the term hockey, my nephews are hockey players, and it takes a considerable amount of space to actually set up a street hockey game, and this on the end is not in the middle of traffic on the beginning on Rugged or Scott's or anything like that. This is really a nice protected area here. So I'm open to what our board members say, that's for sure, but I kind of, it's not disagreeing with me. It makes a pretty good point for it. So just because I've seen it, I lived it, I grew up similar to something like this, and it was actually a nice little safe haven without jumping on a bike, going to the school and going in their parking lot and hitting my hockey puck off cars. It's a kind of nice protected little area here. I think, aside from that green space, as long as drainage is factored into that, and I'm sure Dan will factor that in, it's not offensive to me. And yeah, I don't know. Barry, your hands up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not worried about pervious versus impervious surface out here. I could see if we were downtown, that might be a different story, but out here, I think we can get away with it without adversely affecting, the whole thing. And I know Mr. Malloy will do a good job with the drainage issues. if the concern is you're worried about traffic flow and stuff, I mean, this is pretty low level out here. I don't know if you wanted to maybe delineate the outside edge of that with a slightly different surface, like either brick or cobble. Dan, any thoughts on that?
There's other situations where you could do a flush curb, or you could just do a different color brick, a different type of brick, or sometimes you just turn the brick 90 degrees to differentiate a circle. There's certainly lots of things that can be done to differentiate it from one area to another.
I'm not as concerned about it given the locale and where we're at this point, but I think if, I just want to throw that out for all the board members to try to allay any concerns about what that would look like. And just see if we could, it's the great, sometimes you need to be a little bold with things sometimes, as John said, to see how that works out. And I think it's, especially out here, it's, I don't see a lot of traffic happening. So I think, personally, I'd like to give that a shot, but, if other board members are having reservations, at least pro offer that thought. And then we may come back to that 4-foot thing, but I just want to throw that out to you. But I'm good with it.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
Cam, is that your hand up again, or is that old?
No, it's new. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things, because I'm all, one of the reasons I had been supportive of this larger lot division was because on the development near there, I had driven down just to get, when this all came up a year and a half ago or whatever, and just to get a feel for it. And kids were playing hockey in the street, and that's all well and good. And it's why I had been supportive of large lots for this subdivision. I just wanted to, I guess, two things. First, to Barry's point on impervious surface, I think if we continually look at the spot in front of us, we don't see where that spot is growing around us. So I think we need to take it into consideration in each area, because as we are developing, as we know, we're getting more and more and more impervious surfaces. So while this is a dot, it's a dot among many. That's just one thought. And the other is, if this has a 60-foot diameter, what's the size of a hockey rink? 120 or something? I think it's not the same as, it's a teeny cul-de-sac in the middle, and we shouldn't try to contain some of the balls that are going to go outside of it with kids chasing it. And again, this is, you're not going to be in the middle of Pleasant Street doing that. I understand that. But so I do think it's sufficient area for multiple uses, and not just as street hockey, as they were saying. But anyway, I just wanted to point those two things out. So thank you, John. I won't say another thing on this issue.
No worries. Thank you, Cam. Barry, your hand's up.
Yeah, I just threw you to Cam. I would really love for you to be able to articulate for me exactly what percentage this would be of total of the total impervious surface that's out there. You're right. It really is a dot amidst the bigger area. And I think, I think what's not being brought into account here is what's surrounding it. These are big lots. They're not all asphalt and brick, So I'm a little concerned about where that conversation's tracking, about just that.
Barry, I think Cam made a point, and I don't want to really go too much in depth on that. I think, as we know, we have to take each application on its own merits, and I think this is one of those that we're looking independently and making some good comments about. And this this dot, as you would say, I don't think it's one of those precedent-setting dots that all of a sudden is going to have shockwaves. So I
Right.
think we're approaching it in the right manner and discussing it, and I think we should kind of look to move on now. Dave? Dave, obviously.
I'm not, it's not a question of permeable or non-permeable surface for me. For me, it was more of a visual thing. But you know what, I have faith that the Morris will make it look good. So I'm warming to it.
Fritz, please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to belabor this forever. I mean, aesthetically, I mean, we're talking now about what, 18 feet of road on both sides? So 60 feet plus 36, you got 90, you would have 96 feet of solid surface area in this circle in diameter, is that correct? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 60 feet.
Seems to me, you know, just visually, it seems to me to be a very large circle, 100-foot circle of just paved level area. I just visually, I don't know whether you need 96 feet to play street hockey or not. I was never a street hockey player. As a minimum, I would want to see what Barry suggested, that there be something that delineates this surface, but even if it's the same level, something that delineates it so that it's clear it's not just.
So from a perspective of proportion, Fritz, if I'm not mistaken, I believe a tennis court, if you can picture that, is 100 feet long and approximately 50 feet wide. So if you're playing on a tennis court, that would probably be, I guess, similar to a hockey rink when it's going from net to net. And I don't know the exact measurements, but I'm guessing that would probably be about the same. So proportionally, I think, you know, obviously you factor in the circle part of it, the diameter, but I would think that it's going to be similar to that. And I think I could play street hockey on a tennis court. So I know we have a good agenda ahead of us. So is there any other comments? Stephen, you're new. Yes, please welcome your comment. Stephen Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had to sign out there for a little bit. So this is a 30-foot radius circle.
Yes, it is.
I think we could have a who can spit to the middle contest from the edges. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Without any other further hands being raised in comments, aside from the issue about the sidewalk, I think we'll have to take that up at another time if the applicant would like to pursue that to go from the 6 to the 4 feet. So I would actually ask that we remove that from one of the considerations so that we can vote on this today. If I'm running through things in my notes, we're looking at 1, the asphalt berms to granite, number 2, the asphalt sidewalk to brick. We're going to eliminate the bottom hook of the sidewalk back. We lost the chart, but we know on those 2 lots, I believe it was 9 and 8.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we're going to change the paved road surface to brick. We're going to reduce the width of the roadway from 20 feet to 18 feet. We were going to allow for the streetlights no more than 1 per lot. And obviously dark skies compliant with low downcast lights. We were, and I'll leave it up to the person making the motion to eliminate the pave or eliminate the cul-de-sac and allow it to be brick with potentially a brick circle differential to identify the circle with maybe, as Dan suggested, turned brick or different color brick or something like that to show the actual circle cul-de-sac. Is that, in a nutshell, the summary? Unless, Dave, I see you want to add something.
With asphalt center, though, correct? I
Yeah.
don't think what you said, I think you said brick, right? We want an asphalt middle, correct?
Middle needs, yeah.
That's, excuse me.
I didn't.
Go ahead, Stephen. Stephen, you're
Yeah,
boring. We have a few.
the request is that the center be that whatever the same surface as the road surface is.
Right, so
So-
we're
so-
going to assume that that's
Oh.
brick, because we approved or actually have, I don't think
And
this-
having a border that's a different color, changing the pattern of the brick so that it's, clear where the traffic's supposed to go,
correct.
certainly agreeable, but to have asphalt in the middle of the brick, I think is probably the worst.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I was hoping that you would consider the brick to be all consistent with each other instead of having a black dot. Okay. As spelled out, I'd entertain a motion. And obviously with the not the approval of the 6 feet to 4 feet for now, that would be discussed at a separate public hearing. I'll wait.
Yeah. Well, I'll make a motion to approve all the requests do not require a public hearing, and that we approve those requests per what we've discussed, and that we exclude number 3 for the next meeting. Or is that what we're doing? We're doing it at the next meeting, or is that?
If the applicant wanted to, I think that would be up to them. Meg?
Well, if you can get me, I mean, the deadline was today, so if you can get me the materials tomorrow, I'll accept them for next month. Otherwise, it'll have to go to May.
Okay, and that the proposal is not,
deadline for-
yeah. And I think we'd have to say, if we haven't already, that the proposal does not materially affect the findings and conclusions
Yeah.
upon the original decision, subsequent to modifications were based, and therefore does not require a public hearing, obviously with the exception of the sidewalk.
Except for number 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Barry. I'll have a roll call. Oh,
Question.
sorry.
The-
Go ahead, Fritz, please.
Just a question before we vote. Does Nat's motion include the differentiation of the cul-de-sac from?
It did and was discussed,
Yeah.
and yes, and that was confirmed, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you. So
Mr.
the
Chairman,
yes, Barry.
I'm sorry to bother you. Just
No.
before you leave off this subject, I've just got one final thought on number 3 for our next meeting. But I just don't want to leave off of that. So you let me know when I can cue into that.
Well, since we're not going to approve or not approve that at this particular meeting, we're just putting that on for a separate public hearing. I will entertain that motion with your second as discussed, with that being removed, and then we can go back to discussing that as a comment. Okay, so from what I understand, the motion as discussed was made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Unless there are other comments, I'd like to have a roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Fritz, Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. And now, Barry, if you'd like comment on the sidewalk for future.
And I promise I'll be brief here, but just one other thought is, the other alternative here is, instead of changing it from 4 feet or leaving it at 6, you could make it a variable walk, what am I looking for? Variable width pathway. So if you're worried about, things back and forth, you could, just like we do with traffic, you could have little turnouts at certain junctures. And I just will leave it at that, but it's just something to consider for our next meeting. Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Dan and Stephen, thank you very much. I hope
Thank you.
You're satisfied, and we'll see you next month.
Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, now on to the next. We're going to public hearings. First one is 6 Trotters Lane, Ross, and this is a special permit to create a secondary residential lot for year-round residents. So, Meg?
Give me just a moment. I'm gonna bring over Don Bracken, who's the surveyor, and Mr. Ross, who is the homeowner. Hold on. Okay. So Dawn is on if you have any questions, but it's otherwise a very straightforward secondary residential lot application. There's no additional waivers that are being requested here.
Okay, board members, questions, comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Stephen here.
Hi,
So
Steve.
I just would like to note for the record, I am a general abutter. So I wouldn't be I don't think I'd be activated on this, but in any event, I would like to speak on my own behalf as a member of the public.
Okay, well, when we get to public.
Yep, sure.
Thank you very much for that. Other members, any discussion, comments before I open it up? Seeing none, I will open it up to the public. Meg, please identify anybody that has a question or comment. Obviously, Stephen, if you're there, please, you have the floor.
Oh, great. I just want to say that I fully support this application. I don't know the individuals. I think it's a wonderful use and development. And I hope they, perhaps someone will put the qualified family member to use. I know we've done maybe a couple of those so far, but I think that's a wonderful aspect of the secondary residential lots. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Meg, is there anyone else?
I'm not seeing anyone now.
Okay, I would entertain a motion from the board to close the public hearing.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
been made by Fritz, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the special permit to create secondary residential lot for year-round residents with the findings that it advances the intent of the zoning bylaw by creating housing for year-round residents and subject to the conditions, 4 conditions set forth in the staff memo.
Great. There's a motion made by Fritz. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, Fritz has made the motion, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we need to approve that A&R plan, Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
We
no,
go back to that.
no,
now?
not
I don't
Not
think
yet.
there's one.
There's not one for
not for
trotters.
that one. These are, the
Okay.
other 2 are for Folger.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I needed to get a jolt of a scare.
No, I got it. It's just written in the number 4, but not the actual one. Okay, got it.
Now we're on to 19 Folger Ave.
Yeah.
This is again for creating a secondary residential lot for year-round residents. And it looks like Mike Connolly is representing. Meg, do you want to?
Sure, Mike, I don't see Mike on the meeting, so I can go ahead with this one.
Go ahead.
So this again is a standard secondary residential lot application. Both lots will be accessed by a shared driveway off of Folger Ave. There was one additional recommended staff condition that I emailed you guys this afternoon about.
Sewer.
Yep, and it pertains to connecting to the municipal sewer services. The reason being is that once they're separated out of common ownership, the market rate lot will become not compliant and with health regulations. So as a condition of this decision, as well as the next one that you're going to hear, both lots will need to be connected to municipal sewer services.
Okay, so we'll identify that as condition number 5, connecting to municipal sewer and water connection.
Yep, that would be great.
Okay. Any questions, comments from the board before I open it up to the public? Seeing none, I'll open it up. Meg, please inform me if there's anybody.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second.
Motion's been made by Fritz, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits, including the 5th addition to the conditions for, as discussed, to connect the multiple to municipal sewer and water connection. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Your motion, Nat, is to approve and
Approve
then
with
the
conditions 1
one finding
through
and
4.
the 5 conditions, correct?
Yeah,
Great.
the 4.
Is there a second
actually,
for that?
yes.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Great, thank you very much. Now, well, before we go, this is, we're going to approve the A&R for 19 Folger.
Yeah. Make a motion to approve.
That we a motion that we endorse the A&R for 19 Folger Avenue.
Second.
Second.
I think Fritz made the motion and it was seconded by Nat.
Yes.
Okay, roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Great, thank you all for that. Now moving on to something similar, 15 Folger Ave. This is again for a special permit to create a secondary residential lot. And I would like to add, as we did with the previous one, condition number 5, which is going to state the connecting to municipal sewer and water connection. So I'll open it up to the board. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'm going to open it up to the public. And Meg, please let me know.
Sure, and I'm trying to bring over Linda Williams, who is representing this application, but it looks like Campbell has her hand raised.
Okay, Cam?
Hi, I just have a quick question. Maybe this is through staff, but just as more traffic is, through the division of this land goes on private unpaved roadways, I'm just wondering if there is anything that triggers a need for improvements to the road, or do these types of developments have an HOA, or how are these, I'm just sort of wondering how the roads are maintained, and when you have new access as 15 does, we'll have a secondary building that isn't currently there, at least in the plan, it wasn't currently there. Just wondering how that works.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. I'm here.
Oh,
Okay, I think Meg had her hand up. Thank you. Welcome, Linda. I'll let Meg speak or comment first.
so through you, Mr. Chair, just to answer Campbell's question or to clarify on that, with secondary residential lots, it doesn't allow for any additional density than what already would be allowed. So they already can create another structure there. They can make that a rental or not, but it can be created. So in terms of evaluating roadway improvement and infrastructure, there would be nothing required in this case because it's something that would already be allowed anyway.
Okay, great.
I can
Thank you very
add
much.
to that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Linda, yes, welcome.
It's paved most of the way down because it's how do you get to it is coming past Abrams Quarry. So that part of it is
Yeah.
paved. And then when you get beyond that, as Nat knows, because he's seen the graders out there, all the neighbors pay to have it graded beyond that point.
We just gotta leave that.
Okay.
It's a simple issue, and he's got a very large lot, and they do have sewer because they paid to bring the sewer down there.
Yep,
Understood.
that's true.
Which we're going to require as a condition anyway.
Yep.
Okay. Did I open this up to the public or just have Linda comment as the applicant?
Yes, you did open it.
Okay. Is there anyone else, Meg, that would care to comment?
I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand raised now.
Great. With that, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Don't move.
There's second.
Second,
Motion's been made to close the public hearing by Fritz, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a motion?
I'd move we approve the special permit to create second residential lot for year-round residents, subject to with the finding that the proposal advances the intent of the zoning bylaw by creating housing for year-round residents, that the special permit would be subject to the 5 conditions enumerated in the staff memo.
Great. And that fifth being, again, not to be redundant, the connection to the municipal sewer and water connection. Motion's been made by Fritz. Is there a second?
I don't know if there's water down there, just to be clear. I know there is sewer.
Yeah.
They're all still on wells. I think there's still wells at that point, so I'd rather not include that.
It's just the sewer connection
Yeah.
Okay.
that we'd be concerned about.
Then we'll just alter that
Yeah.
fifth to just be municipal sewer connection. Okay. Motion's been made by, I'm sorry, was that Fritz?
Fritz, yeah.
And seconded by, is there a
I'll
second?
second it if no one has.
Dave Iverson, second. Okay, roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Great. Thank you very much, Linda.
Thank you. I'll be back.
And then we are at the A&R for 15 Folger. Is there a motion?
And that we endorse the A&R for the secondary residential lot special permit.
Second.
Motion's been made by Fritz, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and then the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Moving on, next 13 Evergreen Way, Geddes. And I think Paul Santos and Marion Hanley and Lori for the applicant. Meg, do you want to start off?
Sure, I'm trying to bring them all over. So this is an application for a rear lot subdivision conversion. As you all remember, this property was approved for an AR subdivision some time ago. They're just coming back now to convert to the rear lot, which is, from a planning staff perspective, what we'd want them to do, to not create the untaxed roadway. So there's really nothing, nothing complicated about this one, but Marianne, Paul, and Lori are all here to address any questions that you may have of them.
Great. Well, I'll open it up to the board to see if they have any questions, comments that they'd like to address to any of the applicants or the representatives. I do not see any hands raised, but that doesn't mean you're not waving them. Seeing no comments for now, I'll open it up to the public. Please, Meg, identify and let me know.
I'm not seeing anyone with their hands raised, no.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, sir.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to close the public hearing by Barry, seconded by Fritz. Roll call, please. Barry,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
Motion to approve with the findings and conditions that are listed in the staff report.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Thanks for attending, Lori. Congratulations. Now on to the next 14 Spearhead Drive, piece of pie. Art Gasparo as representing the applicant. They're looking for a special permit for use of 2 storage containers on the site. Meg, you want to take it away?
I will give this one over to Art. I think it was a pretty straightforward request, just for 2 storage containers in the commercial industrial district, where you've recently approved similar storage containers recently.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm before the board tonight, as Megan mentioned, for it's currently a vacant lot, which has a use permit for a landscaper shop, landscaper use. And he wants to just put in 2 storage containers sort of in a corner configuration. And he's already done a fair amount of plantings around some of the outside perimeter, and we've shown additional plantings to go along the in sort of roadside facing portions of the container. And we understand that an apron is needed and would be a condition of the approval. And I spoke with the owner about that, and he's perfectly amenable to installing that apron. And I believe that addresses the items that were in the staff report, and I'd be happy to address any questions, concerns, or comments that the board might have.
Thank you, Art. One of the first questions or comments that I'd like to bring about, and we've discussed containers a lot in the last year. Besides the screening, I always like to look at containers from a matching color standpoint, just because with containers, they're usually used, they're either rusty, gray, brown, green, and they create almost like a rainbow eyesore. And I would like, or at least have the board consider the request, and maybe your applicant consider like a universal common color. So if it was going to be brown, then have both of them consistently be painted the same color. And that's just my own personal thought, just to make the aesthetics a little bit more pleasing, because containers are not necessarily the most pretty thing to look at. So that's my only comment. I'll open it up to the board for any questions, comments for Art. Seeing no hands, I will open it up to the general public for comment.
I had a quick
Last
comment.
minute. Okay, Cam,
Mr.
go
Chair.
ahead.
Sorry. So I was out there today, but I'm noticing on the lot plan, is there, it's a split rail fence that's being proposed to go around it. Is that correct?
Art, if you could.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that fence exists
All the way around?
on 2 sides anyway.
Okay, well, just this shows it all the way around. And I guess one of my things when I was out there today is approval of fencing and the maintenance of fencing, because I've noticed a few fences that were approved but not maintained. So I'm feeling like maintenance needs to be part of the language there. And otherwise, I support John's concept with the single color. I know the open lot next to it has like 5 varying colored containers that are not screened. And so that was my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Cam. I did open it up to the general public, so I'd entertain any comments. Meg, if you see anybody with their hands raised.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, with that, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Mr.
Barry.
Gaspar has got his hand up there.
Sorry, Art, go ahead. I don't see it.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just in
Sure.
response to Ms. Sutton's comments, yes, the entire perimeter of the lot has existing split rail except for the driveway opening.
Great, thank you very much.
So-
So I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Barry, second by Fritz. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Fritz.
Hi.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat. Nat?
Aye.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Well, maybe
John.
you take a snack break or something, and then chair votes aye.
I
Chair votes
said
aye.
aye.
Now on to the merits. Is there a motion? Or further
Motion.
discussion?
Yeah, motion to approve as per the findings and conditions as submitted in the staff report.
Okay, are you going to add anything about my suggestion?
Oh, yeah,
Barry,
please,
or-
I do want to include that as well, too. Absolutely. I'm so sorry.
I'm not persuading or pressing you. I was just asking you
Oh, hang-
for consideration.
Hang on, you're twisting my arm here. No.
Okay. All right.
That's my
Motion's
motion,
been
sir.
made by Barry with the inclusion of the matching color and apron, I believe, was discussed. The two findings in the four conditions. Is there a second on that?
Second that.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, second by Dave. A roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Hi.
Nat.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Art.
Thank you.
Now on to the next one. 5 Amelia Drive, Keepers. This is to modify a MCD special permit to eliminate the existing interior takeout space and increase currently permitted 104 seats by 31 seats for a total of 135. Meg, do you care to comment or open it up? And
Yeah, so I just brought over Linda and Sabrina for this application. I think the only thing just to mention is that this application is modifying the MCD, but it's also pre-existing non-conforming to a large restaurant. What once used to be RC2 is now CN. So that's why the allowance for the review for the change in seats for the large restaurant is for under the planning board's purview.
Thank you.
Linda and Sabrina are here for any questions.
Is there anything, welcome Linda, Sabrina, is there anything you'd like to add before I open up to the board?
It's a pretty simple application. Anybody who's eaten there knows that there's plenty of parking in the original decision. It actually mentions that when they're open and they're busy, all the other businesses out there in total are closed. So there was a lot of collateral parking, and the decision actually mentions that there is actual collateral parking. So there's not an issue with parking for this establishment, particularly after 5 o'clock at night. They have a takeout area, which is a fairly sizable area, which they're not doing through that area anymore. So they'd like to just go ahead and utilize it for interior seats since they are open year round, and there are very few that are open year round, let's face it. So that's pretty much it, unless Gavin and Sabrina want to add anything else. They run a very good establishment, and it's not going to be a detriment to the neighborhood because not one business is open when they're open after 5 o'clock,
Thank you, Linda. Board members,
except for the market, and they have their own parking over there.
board members, any hands, questions, comments before I open it up? Seeing none, I will open it up to the public. Cam, did you just sneak that hand up?
I did.
Okay.
I wait to see if other people will because I don't want to be first, but then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. So I just had a couple of thoughts. I know Linda said there's plenty of parking in the area, and I believe there is, but I had a couple of thoughts on, and this is sort of an in general thing for parking around. I'm just wondering if in their advertisement of the restaurant, whether they advertise which bus routes are available to this establishment. I believe there is a bus stop at the end of Amelia Drive there. And whether they provide accessible bike racks for the public? That was another question. And then I'm just wondering, because I know in the application, it's noted that there's public town parking lot right behind them, which I see. And that's great. What I don't see is really easily accessible pedestrian access between these two areas. And I don't know if there wants to be one, but it would seem if you are going to reference the town parking lot, there should be some way, it doesn't have to be a paved way, but just some way accessible between the two lots. And this may be an old picture, so I'm just, so those were my questions.
Can I answer that, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Kim. Yes, Linda, please.
The
Yeah.
town just cut that access
Mhm.
onto Amelia Drive from Waite Drive in that area that's going to be improved at some point there. So there is a direct access coming from Amelia Drive into that town parking lot area. And they do have obviously a bike path that comes across. There is an NRTA station that goes there. The sidewalks go all the way down to Tacoma. There is a sidewalk on Tacoma going all the way down to Fairgrounds. I think it's fairly center located, and people Uber there, and they have Uber Eats and all kinds of other stuff that goes on there. So the impact is nil of increasing the seating into an area that was used as takeout.
And as far as advertising bike bus routes and if there are bike racks there, do you have any comment about that or answers to that, Linda? And obviously I'd welcome Gavin.
I have to go to Sabrina and Gavin for that one.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's Gavin here. We
Hi, Gavin.
do have a bike rack. One of them, we also had those Sandy Pedals bikes, the ones that they had around town. So we had that bike rack, and then the other one that we had was kind of on the other side of the parking lot where people would put their bikes. So there's a lot of space for different bikes. We also have a split rail fence right there that people would kind of lean their bikes up against if they needed it. Yeah, we do have a fair amount of places for bikes, a lot of taxis, a lot of Ubers. And yeah, like what Linda was saying, that little kind of walkway right from that new little road that they just made goes right from kind of like our back door right to that town lot as well.
And as far as advertising, this isn't a make or break, but the question was asked, so I'll relay it. Do you have any kind of in your advertising? Do you make mention of any like your shuttle routes, being that it's so close to where you are?
We don't advertise it, but we do have a fair amount of people come off of the NERDA. I'm honestly not 100% sure the schedule and like how it runs, so it's something I'd have to kind of look into. Another thing that we also have a lot of that we kind of brought to my attention the other day is a lot of people with electric cars park at the police department in that the hookup there, and then they just walk right over because there's that little bike path that goes from the police station to that town lot, and then just right from the town lot to us. It's pretty well lit as well, so it also saves us parking there.
Thank you. I see, I'm not sure the order. I see Meg, your hand's up.
I just wanted to do a quick screen share because the GIS aerials are out of date. So for anyone, are you seeing just the PDF right now on the screen? So for anyone who hasn't been down Amelia Drive recently, there's now a roadway connection right through this lot, entering into the town parking lot. Up over in here would be the police station that Gavin was referencing. And this, if you can picture it, is our building at 2 Fairgrounds. So there will be, it's not completed just yet, it is in the final stages, but there will be direct access to this parking lot through that cut through shortly.
Excellent. Thank you, Megan.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from the board? And I see Leslie, I don't know when you joined us. I'm just seeing your face, so welcome. So I'll open it up to the public. If there's any questions or comments, Meg, please let me know.
I'm seeing none.
So seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Second.
Sorry, I didn't get the first person. No, was that Dave?
Fritz.
Fritz. A motion's been made by Fritz, seconded by Barry. Close the public hearing. Roll call, Fritz.
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave. Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
Make a motion to approve the modification of the existing special permit. Let's see, with the waiver of on-site parking requirement, subject to the 2 findings set forth in the staff memo.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Fritz, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. All right, thank you
you,
very
everybody.
much.
Thank you.
Thank
Don't
you.
forget to go out there and eat.
Little plug.
I gotta get to
Good
work.
night.
Thank you.
Now on to the next one. This is for 18, 18A, 20, 22, 24, 26 Sparks Ave, Act Mid Island. Dan Malloy representing. Meg? Would you like to take
I'm just
that?
bringing a few people over. I spoke with Dan last week and he was hoping to present some working concepts to the board just for some feedback before they come back next month for a more in-depth detailed discussion.
Okay.
So let me see, who else? Do we have Arthur to bring over too? Am I missing anyone, Dan?
You've got Chris, Arthur might be hanging out there somewhere. And there might be, and the architect Spencer might be in there.
I think Spencer probably signed on as Dan Malloy again because I'm seeing 2 of you.
Okay.
I won't kick him out this time.
All right, so if there's any comments, or questions from the board, I know there's new material that is going to be presented. So if you can hold your comments, I'd like to see the new material first. So Dan, if you will.
Sure. Is it okay if I do a screen share?
Sure. Meg, can you help?
Yep, I got it. Okay, we seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make this pretty quick. We just wanted to get the board's feedback in a general manner before we go too far with things. First thing I want to say, so the plan in front of you, you haven't seen this yet, obviously. We have not presented this to the abutters on both sides yet. I just want to make that clear. We are in discussions with them, but they have not seen this yet. We wanted to get the board's general idea first before we go too far with things. So, I'll go through this pretty quick. What you're looking at here, we've made some pretty substantial changes to the layout. We now have 3 buildings right up front. Parking, you can see obviously the big 3 buildings in the front here. We've got parking in the back, and we're looking at a shared concept. So this is Cumberland Farms on the left over here. Looking at a shared driveway concept coming in. Right now, this is currently Cumberland Farms one-way exit. So I'd like to talk to them, making this a 2-way entrance where you could split in both directions to enter either property. And then we've got a 2-way entrance exit over here as well for Mr. Young's property, right down our shared property line. So what that does is it gives us entrances and exits on both ends, essentially where existing driveway aprons are. It creates a very large shared parking area across the back of both properties. And in doing so, in this particular configuration, we end up with more surface parking. Right now, they're looking at about a bonus of about 20 spaces more than we had in the last version, what you saw. So really, we're looking forward to get your general feedback on this. And one other thing I'd just like to throw out there just to get some response on. I'm sure everybody's familiar with Cumberland Farms. They have a loading zone right now on this side over here, right adjacent to that one-way exit. So we'd reconfigure this whole side over here, move their loading zone out, and do something with their loading zone to make this entrance better for 2-way traffic. we're currently showing a second loading zone on our east side over here, adjacent to Mr. Young's property. One thing we want to do with talking to the abutters and the board as well is see if 2 loading zones are really necessary. We're leaning towards maybe we really don't need 2, we can share 1. And that would allow us to create a lot more surface parking on this side over here. So again, we're not looking for you to vote and approve, and just to get some general feedback before we go too much further in one direction.
Okay, thank you, board members.
If you need me to zoom in more and look at something, I certainly can.
Dave?
Just about the loading zone, I don't think you'll be able to get away with 1 here. I think there's too many businesses planned for this space already. I just, I think you're gonna have to have 2, because it's just, it's, if you get 2 trucks that show up at the same time, then you're gonna have an issue.
So, looking at this, I see there's still a loading zone easement for Chris Young. Just in front of that, we have a loading zone in building number 3. And then the other side, the proposals for a shared loading zone with Cumberland Farms and building 1, and then building 2 would kind of feed off both of those loading zones. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see that other one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Still might be tight, but that's way better than 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I don't have the little hand thing on this iPad. At least I don't know how to do it if I do. So, yeah, Dan's point is good. This, and just so you know, Cumberland's gets a truck twice a week. So that loading zone is only used Tuesdays and Fridays. So it makes a lot of sense, you know, to come up with a way to sort of, I guess I would say, pretend that all this is one project. And what would have happened had this happened at the same time Cumberland's project from the old gas station property happened. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing. We're sort of, you know, marrying these places together in improving what would have happened really if it was all one. So I like this. This is the kind of direction we need to be headed here. And you know, it's good to have cooperative neighbors. That's unusual. So I like it. I mean, I'm not saying that this is a finished product, but I think it's a lot better than what we had last meeting.
So just as a question, Dan, I know this is coming before us right now, looking at this new plan, and I agree with Nat. It's much better, and I see cooperation, but because we're seeing it for the first time, have you actually showed this plan to your neighbor, Chris?
No, we've only had discussions with both neighbors. They haven't seen this yet. I want to make that very clear. No one has seen this yet besides us and you.
So that's good. You know, that's what I want to clarify, because with cooperation, obviously I'd be holding out to see the comments that Chris would like to make, seeing it for the first time. And obviously it's a lot to take in a brief period of time to look over. But yeah, just from the discussion already, it looks much more palatable than the previous, but not expecting to approve, that's for sure. Barry, I'm sorry, Fritz, I'm sorry, you had your hand raised. Yes.
Yes, just a couple of questions. First, in terms of the number of residential units or bedrooms and parking, what is the net difference between this and your first proposal?
Well, from a parking standpoint, this plan provides 20 additional spaces. At the moment, we're not looking at any kind of density changes in terms of number of apartments. That's something we still have to work out the specifics in terms of laying out the interior of each building. But the overall goal of this is to break things up, keep the parking in the rear, better access, and more parking. So I think we're headed towards the direction with what everyone's looking for.
Okay, and the second question, or question. one of the concerns that I and others had with such a large lot being paved, and I see perhaps there's more bricks, but the whole concept of impervious surface drainage and water absorption where are you in terms of that concern?
Well, that's something that'll be worked out once we get the general layout somewhat fixed. I'm not trying to avoid the question, but generally what we're looking to do here is once we establish how the site will function, then we'll do the actual design of the stormwater systems. And I expect that's also going to be part of what we'll likely have to do for certain roadway improvements in Sparks Ave. So there'll be improvements on our site, and I expect there'll be improvements within Sparks Ave itself, which will kind of go hand in hand.
Okay, I just really bring it up just so you're make sure that you're aware that from my standpoint, that issue hasn't gone away. That's still a major issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other hands, Barry?
You could go to Cam first if you want. She's had her hand up for a bit.
Okay, Cam?
Hi, thank you. So I really like the flow of this, and I like the way you created just the two cuts as they originally are now. And if the reduction of the loading zone from building 3 can go to the loading zone easement, I think that would be great in terms of keeping your parking close and accessible to the businesses there. So my one concern, and just a thought anyway, and I know it's difficult because handicap parking is nice to have all in one spot, but the way this sort of lays out, and I don't know the distance of these buildings or anything, but it would almost seem like building 2 is being favored for handicap accessibility. And I'm not just thinking about people in wheelchairs. I'm thinking about like my mom, who's going to walk so far, to get in, and the ease of their, the elder ability to get in and access and utilize the businesses in all the buildings. So I didn't know if there was a way to possibly to split that up a little bit, if you see what I mean.
So Cam,
yes?
I'd like to get a comment from Dan, but the way I see it, and maybe I'm wrong, but to have those handicap all centralized in the closest to building 2, which is in the center, I believe to the left of that, there's going to be entrances. We don't see the doors necessarily, but I'm guessing the entrance to building 1 is going to be accessed through that brick area. The bent entrance to 2 will be accessed through that brick area on both sides of building 3 and 2 as well. So really, it looks to me, it's almost like the same distance, whether you go right or you go left. And in case I'm wrong, but I don't see the elevation, so I can't necessarily state where that entrance to those buildings would be. And I'd like Dan to maybe comment on that.
Yeah, and I can say, just consider right now, this is still in a more of a concept phase. So once we've got some building footprints generally established, but once we get more of an interior layout understood, we may be moving spaces around, handicap ramp entrances may be moved to better suit certain buildings. So that will definitely come into play later on. You'll see more of that as this progresses.
Okay, sorry to cut you off, Cam. Please go ahead.
That's okay. I just, given that I actually live with an elder, and so my, the predominant group we are around are also more elderly. I just like to have them included in the thought process for accessibility. And I guess we're not commenting on the buildings. I just like to see them, stay at some kind of a human scale. The renderings that I saw in the packet remind me very much of the buildings, the new buildings that have gone in as you get off the steamship there. And I know that this was put in to hold the 40-foot maximum elevation, but I would like to see some more variation in that. I just think they're going to be huge, and people are going to be, you know, as you can see in the drawings, the scale of the people is quite small compared to the overall building itself, which might reduce the sort of community feel for the area. So those were my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Malloy, I guess. So just a few comments I want to bring up, and also some questions as well too. Have the proposed uses that you initially submitted, has any of that changed?
That has not changed, no.
Okay, good to know. In terms of the whole parking system, what waivers are you now requesting at this point versus the last iteration?
I think at this point, we're going to keep the same waiver requests in play until we refine this. We still have to talk to the abutters. So this, what you're looking at is not, we may finalize that discussion and come back with something different again.
I understand, yeah.
So I expect if we have some semblance of an agreement, even if it changes this, I suspect what you'll see in waivers is maybe a change in the way parking requests will likely go down.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And needless to say, with every iteration you're going to propose, I think that's going to always be a valid question to understand what we're going to be continuously looking at being waived with parking in that area, just because of what you're proposing with the project. And like I said, it's the new downtown. So let's look a little bit at some of the traffic flow, which I'm a little concerned with. As we're up by Cumberland Farms, you mentioned that's going to be a two-way. That's going to be a two-way, both in and out. I think my only concern there is about people coming in through that and trying to take a right-hand turn into Cumberland Farms. I don't know how that's going to work, but it does sit there and tickle in the back of my head that may be a little bit of a problem, and I don't know how to resolve that. I don't know if you've given that any thought. Let me stop there.
Are you talking, you mean a right-hand turn here?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yep.
So in this case, someone is entering on their side and they can take a right. The aisle widths are, 24 feet in excess. I'm not sure if I'm following your question then.
Well, all right. So is you said that will be a combination entrance exit, correct?
This would be a two-way entry exit here.
Okay.
Yes.
So is it divided? Is there a divider running between the entrance and the exit?
No.
As you go down?
No.
No. Okay. So here's my concern again, is just, you've got a lot of traffic flow pattern that's used to coming in through the gas station and cutting out through the Cumberland Farms exit that's currently in existence. And I'm just a little concerned about, instead, with this new traffic pattern that you'll bring in with the entrance and exit, you're going to have people conflicting with a right-hand turn also while people are trying to exit out of there as well too. So I'm just a little concerned about how that's going to come together.
Okay,
I just want to raise that.
We can certainly look at that in more detail as we get into this, I think, definitely.
I'm probably going to be someone who's going to ask you to do that. I'm going to go now back to the two-way proposed entry exit that you've got much closer to the roundabout.
Yep, this is adjacent to Young's property. Yep.
Perfect. I'm still a fan of just keeping that strictly as an exit. I'm really concerned about people approaching in and trying to take a left-hand turn to get into that, and how that is all going to deal with traffic flow in that area. Especially being so close to where that little roundabout is right now. It's a tight area. It does have a lot of traffic associated with it. And the last thing I'd want to do is be backing traffic up even further with people saying, I don't want to drive all the way up to Cumberland's. I'm going to just pop in right through here And yet they're going to have to wait to make that turn as traffic is coming in the opposing direction. So I'm not really keen on that still. That is, I think it's a little, I see it as being somewhat problematic and needs to be ironed out. And then I've got one last thing for you when you're ready.
Yeah, well, in terms of the two-way side on the rotary side, that's something we can certainly take. We can look in that further. We can talk to Mr. Young. We still have to approach him on this and see what his thoughts are on it. And once this plan gets more ironed out, we'll also come back to you with a finished traffic study.
Perfect.
And then that can also look at some of these intersection and driveway questions you're talking about. So I think we'll come back on all these access questions and turning movements in much greater detail once we get to that point.
Great. And the only other thing that I kind of remember, which is not being addressed here at the moment, and I realize you're still in the development phase, but wasn't the subsurface parking that you're going to do, the lower level, the basement level, going to be for more compact vehicles? And how many, again, are we at that same number of compact vehicles? Because like I said, Nantucket is notorious for its larger size vehicles being around. And I don't want a lot of spaces being set to, to compact where it's going to be, they won't be as utilizable.
Right. So we've got, here's the basement ramp in the back. So the garage would still exist.
Yep.
I don't know if you'll see this plan if I call it up. We haven't relayed out the basement plan yet necessarily to see how that would all work, but
yep.
The spaces in the garage level are 18 feet deep instead of 20.
Mm-hmm.
The width was still 9 feet, so it was just the depth we were looking to reduce.
Yep.
What would also be looking to do, I think if that ends up being a greater concern, I think will function better, is we may end up restricting a lot of the basement garage level spaces to tenant use and apartment use.
Uh-huh.
So it's people familiar with the garage itself, not necessarily someone coming just to visit one of the buildings.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. I mean, it's still early, and it might be a matter of using a key card system for the basement access as well. I don't know yet, because there's still questions. But I'd raise the issue again about the size of the spaces, and second of all, I kind of like your idea, but you may need to add an additional control measure to it at this point. All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Barry. So Dan, I'm seeing on the plan, basement level ramp, obviously with the arrow going, I'm assuming because it's 24 feet wide, that's a two-way.
Correct.
Has there been discussions about obviously reducing the width, but having a one-way coming in and somewhere else on the property, I'm guessing one of the other corners, a one-way going out, and how that might factor into, as Barry's saying, the keeping the one-way exit where the trade or the Cumberland Farms is, and just thinking about maybe having one way coming in by Chris Young's House Fitters and one way on the other side where Cumberland Farms, maybe continue having the one-way exit where it's already existing. And, instead of all these two-ways and having one way in, one way out of the underground, again, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm just bringing up discussion to see if you've already had these discussions or maybe introducing something new to consider.
Sure. Well, we've looked at quite a few iterations, and the ramp is something we've actually put quite a lot of thought into. We've looked at iterations where we could have, like you said, a ramp down and a ramp up, a ramp within a building. There's all kinds of different thoughts we've tried on this, and really what it comes down to is real estate. Anytime we mess with the ramp, we're losing parking. The ramp itself, it chews up anywhere from probably 8 to 10 parking spaces, and if no matter how we cut it, we've looked at it almost exactly how you said. We've looked at two-way ramps, one-way ramps, multiple ramps, and there just isn't enough. The square footage it ends up taking, and then the circulation patterns just aren't mixing. unfortunately. But we have tried that. We just have not come up with a solution other than a two-way ramp.
And I want to add in here a little bit here, Dan. I want to
Sure,
chime in
well,
a little
Chris.
bit.
Mhm.
I've spoken with Chris Young extensively here on his side, and he's very concerned, and as I would if I were at a butter in this situation, about parking for his business as well. He wants to have two-way parking so people can come into his business. He would then have to go on the other side of the property for people to go over to his property. Now, neighbors are going to be neighbors. They're going to be. Chris is going to wants to work with us, but to a certain level. So there's a give and take here, or what we have to do to make things work. And Dan and I, we have a traffic study that we did back in August of 21, which I believe, Dan, we're still waiting on that information back to be fully complete. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, that'll be finished. That'll be reported wrapped up once we get a closer version of the site plan.
So I just want everyone to understand, they're going to cooperate with us till they won't cooperate, and I completely understand their perspective. So we have to be cognizant of this stuff going through to make everyone as happy as we possibly can.
Mhm.
We really need to just be cognizant of that.
So, Dan, could you put up that underground parking again? I got a brief. So.
Can you see that?
Yeah. So I'm curious, okay, I see where now I see handicap, and I was going to bring up handicap parking. And then, because there's an elevator. So if that where the handicap is, why wouldn't you put it on the other side that's closest to the buildings with the elevators? Because it seems like it's farther away, even though there's an elevator there, they're going to be coming up to the upper level. But
Right, let me, I don't want to cut you off, but so what you're looking at here, this plan
yes,
is still based on the previous architectural building plans you saw. This is not revised for the current building configuration. So this whole garage level will be changing.
Okay.
And where you see the stairs and elevator where you're talking about, that area would come into parking. That would be an additional parking spots we're going to be able to get off of this. So we're going to increase it, significantly as well.
Okay. So yeah, my natural notion would be to put it closer to the stairs and elevators that are on the building side instead of obviously walking or.
Right. So this whole plan will be different
Right. Okay.
next time you see it.
I'll leave it at that. I've seen Stephen Welch. Your hand has been raised for a while. Thanks, Stephen. You're muted, Stephen. I think.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Yeah, so thank you for changes. I think you guys left yourselves a lot of latitude for improvements at the first meeting, and my concerns echo many of the other board members. I think I would like to see, if I were to sit actively on this, a strong emphasis on inter-parking, more cooperation with the Cumberland Farms folks to create a strong emphasis on inter-lot circulation. I think the idea of having basically 3 entrances and exits in the span of this area, you've got one on the right, one on the left, and then for the sake of it, on the same side of the street, the one at Cumbies, it's too much. It takes away from the parking, and it also just creates congestion and confusion. When those roadways are busy, there's going to be a lot of potentials for gridlock, especially I don't think you're going to be able to avoid it so much on the rotary side unless you go one way and then you're going through this lot and exiting on one location on the far side. The other thing I would say is I think that it's easy to lose focus when we get things kind of, well, the rear of the lot. I think a great amount of attention needs to be paid to the fact that this is a much higher density use in terms of the structures, the activities on the lot, and as both of those relate to the parking and the neighbors. And there is not really sufficient room, to my mind, for any type of visual screening that will help to kind of mitigate that. And I think that it is something that should be mitigated. There are residences directly abutting these lots and these areas. I think that those, I would underscore the fact that although it's not on the House Fitters, I guess is the name, Chris Young's shop there, there are 9 spaces being lost to parking for this location. And that's, exacerbating a parking problem we have down there. So if there's a shortfall in the amount of spaces you require and you're looking for a waiver, I think it's incumbent upon us as the planning board to keep in mind that in addition to the short spaces, there are 9 short for an adjacent business. It's not necessarily this applicant's responsibility, but it is a factor in, I think, our overall decision-making. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Also, I don't know, for a comment, I do like the fact that you've split those 2 massive buildings into 3 buildings.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see the elevations, how that changed the road appearance, but I think it's going in the right direction. Because instead of just having a superstructure or the appearance of a superstructure along the entire length, there's a breakup. And architecturally, if you can have, different, gable ends and, to break up something, I think aesthetically, people would appreciate that. So curious to see how it all plays out with the HCC and the building looks, but just by looking from a bird's eye, I actually like it much better to be having smaller buildings there. So any other, Fritz, your hand is raised.
Yes, just one other thought. Question, I guess, just for information. Underground parking is kind of new to Nantucket. What requirements are there with respect to exhaust ventilation for obviously the cars, and where is that going to be?
Well, I will say off the top, I'm certainly not qualified to fully answer that question. I can tell you that where they would likely be is coming up through the buildings themselves and down to the building roof, to essentially make them invisible. But I know there are obviously ventilation requirements, but I can't tell you what the code specific requirement is for that. But whatever it is, it would have to be compliant with it.
Okay, so this would be, the concept would be this would be completely underground, not a parking garage that's partially, in other words, in some places they even require sort of like a ventilation area like 6 feet around the bottom, actually, the top of the parking area actually be open, not completely open, but be open for ventilation. This would be completely underground. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just so I know. Okay.
Any other questions from the board? I think maybe there's some comments from the public. So Meg, if you see anybody, please let me know. I know this is a lot to take in. I'm just obviously getting the new plan right now, and as we're going through, I'm sure there's going to be a couple of things that we pick out over the course of the next month.
I'm not seeing anyone from the public with a hand raised.
Okay. Well, obviously, we're not going to close the public hearing. So unless there are other issues with the board or questions, comments, Dan?
I would request to continue to the next meeting.
Great. Okay. Is there a motion from the board? That would be
Make that motion.
to continue to the next.
I'll make the motion to continue.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Fritz to continue to the April, is that 11th, is it, Meg? Not sure.
Let me pull up a calendar. I think it's the 11th.
Great.
Yep, Monday, April 11th.
Okay, so that roll call, please. Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dan.
You mean Dave?
Oh, my Dave. It's coincidental that, Dan, your picture just showed up.
I vote yes.
Dave,
I'll say aye.
okay, Barry,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thanks for your comments and your time.
And Christopher, thank you. Okay, on to the next, that's continued. So we're looking at
For Raceway.
For Raceway Shampoo. We're going to the proposal for 4 lots, 3 buildable lot subdivision. So Meg, take it away.
Sure, Mr. Chair, if I can, before we get into this one, sorry to take things out of order a little bit. I forgot to mention at the start of the meeting, I know I circulated an email about 48 West Maya Comet.
Continuing.
Just in case there's people on
Yeah.
the meeting waiting for that, we did send an email out to anyone who sent us an email to include commentary, but just in case someone's sticking around just for that matter.
So thank you very much for that. I actually was thinking about that a few minutes ago, but I lost my train of thought. So if we can take that out of order, I would, request to have a motion made to continue to the April 11th meeting. 48 West Maya Comet, Shulman. So for consideration so that people aren't waiting around. So with that, I'd entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Fritz, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Fritz.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dan.
Aye.
Dave. Sorry about that. And the chair votes aye. Great. Got to add a little light humor. Ford Raceway, back to Ford Raceway Drive. Go ahead, Meg.
I'll give this one over to Art, who is the representative for the applicant.
Great.
Art, was there anyone else that was to pull over for this?
Nope, just me, I think.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm before the board tonight with a AR subdivision that's actually quite similar to an A&R. And what we're proposing to do is to create a very small sliver type roadway lot adjacent to Raceway Drive, and then to create 3 lots off of that that sliver. We were 2 feet short of the required frontage, and by creating the additional roadway lot, we're able to create the 3 lots. And so we have requested a fairly extensive list of waivers, but we are also committed to providing a bike path contribution for the newly created lots. And there's some work, I think, of proposed infrastructure in this general area in terms of water lines and sidewalk and reconstruction that we believe that could help benefit. Ultimately, Raceways, as you are aware, is a big, existing paved road, and we would have service to these 3 lots from that road. We would propose that ultimately that roadway lot could be granted to the town, though we would ask that there be some future trigger for the requirement to do that, such as the issuance of a building permit on one of the newly created lots. And I believe that's about the extent of the project, and happy to address questions or concerns that you may have. We're not actually paving or creating any new roadways or infrastructure.
Thank you, Art. Meg, did I see a memo about this as far as the maybe I'm confusing the homeowner association $1,000? Is that eliminated with this?
Yes, so I wanted to just make a point to edit my staff report. I had initially suggested including a condition that's pretty standard in AR subdivisions for the homeowners association to be funded on a per lot basis. I think in this circumstance, it's kind of a unique setup, and especially with the suggestion that the applicant offer the roadway lot to be gifted to the town, it's just not necessary to create that homeowners association. There wouldn't be ongoing maintenance of a roadway or anything of that nature. So instead, and maybe in lieu of granting these waivers, it would be suggested that the applicant contribute on a per lot basis to area infrastructure and bike path pedestrian improvements. $2,000 per lot is a number I suggested, but of course that's open to your interpretation and discussion. But yeah, I would recommend eliminating that condition about the homeowners association.
So yeah, so in essence, we just eliminate number 2 with the homeowner association and instead insert number 2 to be, if we discuss as a board and feel $2,000 is appropriate for per lot for the infrastructure or bike contribution, et cetera, area.
Right.
Okay. Board members, questions, comments?
Just a couple things.
Go ahead, Nat.
Mr. Chairman. All right, through you, Mr. Chairman. The town's done a ton of stuff right in that little spot in recent years, and still a flood there. And there's that new project across the street. I'm assuming that you have or know all the, engineering that they've done, tried to improve. And I mean, my thing is, it could be $100,000 a lot. It wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see this project pay for something that's been there forever. At the same time, I just want you to be familiar with what's going on there, because I'm sure you already know, so that there can be some sort of, maybe a little more emphasis on the solution than just whatever's been happening, because it's not really working. And I know they just put water, I see the curb stops right in they sort of left them sticking up there a little bit. Kind of looks like somebody's easily hit one of those. So I'm sure that, again, you already know all the engineering that's happened in that little area in the last, few years. So that's my issue. I don't think there needs to be anything beyond what's on that street as the focus of, making it all work.
Thanks, Nat.
With everything that's happened. That makes sense? I'm sure he knows what's going on.
Through you, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, Art.
Sure. Thanks for that, Nat. Mr. Lowell. Yes, I do have the Fuss and O'Neill plans that were done for the town for the Raceway Drive improvements of that infrastructure. I don't believe they've all been implemented. So that's why hopefully our, contribution could go towards, helping some of that be done. I don't know with the changeover of the DPW and those sort of things, exactly the status of some of those improvements, but there was plans that were, involving drainage and, repavement and some slight realignment of that intersection. But obviously that hasn't occurred yet, but I do have the plans. Yes.
Okay.
Before I identify other members with questions, is there a plan that we can show if the public's tuning in? I'm not sure. Just the discussion is going to paint a picture.
Yes, bear with me just a second. I'll pull this up.
I'm happy to do it if you'd like, Megan. I have it
sure.
right here.
Sure, Art, that would be great.
Again, while we're waiting, I'm not sure of the order, but Dave Iverson, your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I just to follow up with that, I don't think any of us are suggesting that any amount of money really is going to fix the problem out front that from the applicant, but I think we are in need of funds for bike paths in that area. So I would love to earmark it for that. I think Somerset and Raceway are in great need. It is the missing link. So I think that it would be important to contribute to that.
Thank you, Dave. Cam?
Hi, thank you. So I'd like to second Dave's concept on the multi-use path for in front there. So I have a couple of issues with this. well, probably more than that. I'm very concerned about creating 3 curb cuts over the sidewalk, which will become a multi-use path in this small area into what is essentially a lake. I know that eventually that could be repaired, though I look at the Friendship Lake and I know they've done quite a bit to try and repair that. And quite frankly, I don't think there's been an improvement. It's probably gotten worse, you know, deeper, wider, etc. I'm going to throw this out here just because when I drove by, I thought, wouldn't that be great? It's probably an impossibility, but the McGowan property right next door to this has essentially a road that goes to its back area. And I was thinking it would really be wonderful if that section could be made, you know, the access for these 3 lots. So these lots all have a roadway access at the rear of the lot, and that section of road be somehow given to the town so that it wouldn't be, you know, the McGowans giving over something, just to try and make it into a single access point instead of what will be 4 points of access. This sliver, I don't, and maybe Art can explain to me how this sliver maybe reduces those number of curb cuts. I'm just not seeing it since it's only 560 square feet, but I'm really not a fan of the current design. So that's my thought, my question.
I don't know who's qualified to answer that. If it's a town position, you know, it's private property. It's the McGowan's private property. It is going to feed into what will be 3 private properties. So I don't necessarily, we would almost be creating a road for access. I like the concept, Cam, and I'm not quite sure how the town would go about doing that, taking that, or having the McGowans put a private easement for the access of the other 3 lots. In theory, it's nice. I'm not quite sure if there's somebody more qualified than me to answer that. I'd be open for that. I would like to also say that, you know, the lot sizes are only 5,000 square feet. So if there was going to be a separate access from the backside through the road, then you'd probably be eating up some of the land, you know, from the relatively smaller lots as well. Obviously, having a road in place, it's pretty easy to access a curb cut and have the parking there. So I'm just making some comments. I'm not saying it's a yes or a no. Just from my visual, that's my thought.
Mr. Chair, I do see your point on that. And for me, it's a safety consideration.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a good point, Cam. Yeah, thank you.
This is supposed to be, this is supposed to be employee housing. So as I see it, there's really not going to be a lot of available ground. It's going to be covered with cars, right? And all of those cars are going to have to get out. Now, whether they could reconfigure the 3 lots or the 4 lots in such a way that they're able to maybe get a variance on frontage or something in a way to make for a single curb cut like is there at this time, you know, utilizing the curb cuts that is there. I know that
keep in mind too, these are really kind of single family homes that are going to be constructed and not shared driveways that you're going to have, you know, condos and things, and making it like a parking lot. I know your thoughts and concerns, and they're really, really good, especially with 3 curb cuts with safety and pulling in. But I'm just trying to visualize not to make the area something that it's not.
Well, correct, but I have at the end of Appleton, I have a single family, if you will. There's probably 3 families in there, and they have about 7 vehicles that come and go right at the end of my road. Now, the way they have it designed is fine. That I'm just saying the reality of it. It's it's not going to be 2 cars unless there's something specified to that extent. So, and again, I don't want to extend the.
I'm not
It's a safety issue.
debating and arguing, Cam. I think you're really making some good points, but just with that particular example, Appleton, where you're talking about at the very end, it's not a high traffic visible area where you have, so you have to think of the aesthetics as well and what that's going to, because that's on a very busy, road, obviously. But all good things to consider. So I'll leave it at that and maybe open it up to a couple other board members. Barry?
I'll defer to Stephen at the moment. We don't hear often from him, and he usually has some good thoughts.
Stephen, we'd like to hear more of you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to agree with Cam. I think, the drainage is an important issue. Maybe perhaps some monies could go towards some type of the roadway petition through the town to address the drainage. There's some systems that could be utilized, but I think that's really a secondary point. I think we have to recognize reality is we have horrible housing situation on this island with respect to employees, workforce people, white collar people, lunch pail and office workers all across the board. So this is an opportunity to create 3 dwelling units that are, I presume the HDC will do its job in keeping them to proper massing, and parking will end up being typical Nantucket type parking. I hope it's not the typical kind that comes unfortunately too often with duplexes. If they're not being sensitive, but I think, parking isn't part of what I'm seeing on this application. I don't see that on the site plans, and I would just suggest that we focus on the bigger picture, and hopes that through work groups and other type of initiatives, both at committees and with DPW and NP and EDC and planning, that we can address drainage, parking, and so on and so forth as a separate matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Barry?
Thank you. Could you bring that plan back up again for a second, please? Thanks. Art, did you want to bring up something first? I'm happy to defer to you.
No, I'll respond to everybody if you'd like, Mr. Director, please.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. So 2 things. Is there an opportunity, instead of doing 3 driveways, is there an opportunity to do a shared driveway between any of the lots to you? Or
there may be some opportunity for that. I don't think that was intended, and I don't think the design, through you, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. I don't think that, again, the design of the lots has advanced to anything like that. And the one point I would make, which I was going to make, if I may, is that the, Raceway is one of the roads subject under 139-20.1 to requiring an on-site turnaround. So you're not going to have parking with backing out onto Raceway, which is prohibited by the bylaw. So I think that that's going to work this out. And, it may be in the best interest of the development of the lots to, create some sort of, shared or combined entrance simply as a function of, because you can't back out. But I would say that at this point for the subdivision, at the time of the subdivision for the 3 lots, the main concern with related to, traffic safety and accessibility is that will be required to have an on-site turnaround.
All right, thank you. And I'm glad you brought that up because I completely forgot about that being in this area. The other thing I'd like to do, and just to throw out to the board members, is, you know, we've talked about potentially. Oh, by the way, are you and the applicants good with being able to do that, like at about $2,000 per lot for bike or
Improvements.
improvements? Yeah.
Area
Good with that?
improvements.
Yes.
Okay, good. I just want to get that on the record. And then, you know, maybe the idea too here is, instead of just focusing on bike path and sidewalk improvements, that maybe we also consider drainage improvements as well too. And I'd like to leave that in the capable hands of staff about being able to select what the final process would be with that, because it you know, hopefully this next iteration of what's going on out there will resolve it. But, you know, I think anything we can do to be serious about getting that fixed, because it really is, you know, it's bad. It is bad out there. So I'd just like to kind of open that up a bit further, and then see if that, you know, see if we can let staff make that decision, and see if either Megan or Leslie are amenable toward being able to handle that decision for us. That's a yes. Good. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Fritz.
Can I also add, oh, Fritz is there first.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Fritz, you're patiently waiting. Go ahead, Fritz.
Yep.
You're muted, Fritz. You're still
Sorry.
muted.
Yeah, sorry. Just a question that came up when I was reading the butters letter. Is this property serviced by septic or water? I'm
Through
saying
Mr.
septic,
Chairman, it's
sewer,
current.
sewer or water? I'm sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's currently serviced by on-site well and septic systems, though there are plans for Wannacomet to extend the water main, and in the, I believe, very near future, if it already hasn't been done. And then, you know, it is within a needs area, so there has been talk of the town extending the sewer at some point.
So just a question. So if you, with water, assuming for the time being, you'd have to have a well and septic. How does that, what does that do to a 5,000 square foot lot?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go up anytime. Go ahead.
So the town water would be required so that you wouldn't have the nitrogen loading limitations, which is essentially your 1 bedroom per 10,000 square feet. So these lots, in order to have septic systems, would need town water.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
No hands. Anyone else before we open it up?
John, Mr. Chairman.
Sure,
Can I
Nick,
just-
go ahead.
Wait a minute. Well, there's already water all the way out to Ralph Marvel's Art, so there's water going by there. How does that work? You can't just hook up, or no?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe
Sure.
the water to Marbles runs down along the side of the golf course behind 3M subdivision.
Okay.
And then this is just a more recent branch they've been working on. And so it doesn't
Okay.
go over this way and down. But again,
Yikes.
I believe, you know, we're expecting to be able to, if it already hasn't been done, I know that it's been very recent. You know, this is based on the ability, you know, we'll ultimately need a connection to town water.
I got it. I didn't realize that. I thought it came down Raceway, so it goes the old road behind those lots. I see. Okay. Okay. And then just to kind of sort of cap off everything that, like Barry said and that Dave said and others have said, you know, the more I think about this, the more it feels like this whole area is like Route 95 going to New York. It's always under construction. You know, it's like always getting dug up. And it's still not finished. Like there's going to be, so I just sort of uncorked what I didn't even know. I thought that the water sort of found its way this way, but it hasn't. So there's going to be more digging, more infrastructure. It's, I mean, this is an inside out neighborhood. It was built before anything was there. Now there's stuff coming in after it was built. And it's going to continue. So I don't know what the answer is as far as like fixing something in front of this property, because it's going to get dug up again. So I think the best thing to do is to have, like, as Barry suggested, staff work out some kind of coordinated review type of thing with Art to contribute, but not create something that isn't workable because we're not finished with something. There's nothing worse than paving a road like Gardner Road and then have to dig it all up later. That doesn't make any sense, and I'm not in favor of those type of things. So I'd rather the 2000 thing go towards the bike path stuff, which is going to happen in Somerset. But this project sort of be, inclusive to the other, improvements that are coming somehow. I don't know how that would work, but
So we just generalize
that's
it.
the answer. Yeah.
Generalize it with area improvements instead of the two
Yeah.
specific, because we're not going to, I'm sorry, $6,000
It's
is not
impossible.
going to fix that flood.
It's impossible. Like there's going to be, the finished product of Raceway Drive hasn't happened yet, and it's not gonna yet. So it's almost like, you can't hold up a building 2 more houses for this, but we have to essentially think about that because this stuff's going to get done. I mean, the sidewalk, that little tiny little dinky sidewalk there is ridiculous. It never has been right since the day it was done, but there's going to be a better plan at some point. But like right now isn't the time to make that decision. So, I mean, I don't know how to end it. I just think that that's what the current situation is.
All right, thanks.
All
right. Cam, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, John. I just had a quick technical question that came up with the answer to Fritz's question. I'm just wondering, okay, so in some form, town water makes it to each of these lots. So, and therefore you can have a septic. So what size septic, like how many bedrooms can you have on each lot if you're a septic with 5,000 square feet?
Through you,
Sure,
Mr.
Art,
Chair. It would be a function of the available lot area and meeting the required setbacks. So you've got to be 10 feet from the property lines, 20 feet from the foundations. You have to have a certain footprint that is directly related to the number of bedrooms. So it depends upon what you can fit within applicable regulations.
And the septic could go under a driveway, or is that too compressive?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, title, it's a little bit of gray area, but Title V reads that the soil absorption systems, the leaching portion of the system is not allowed under an impervious surface or a driveway unless the land use makes it unavoidable. There's a little bit of, I think read into that, but I think typically for new construction that, the expectation of the health department interpreting issuance of septic permits would be that the leaching portion of the system couldn't be under the driveway. The tanks could be rated at H20 and could be under the driveway.
Okay, super. Thank you so much for that information.
Okay, I think I'd like to open it up to the public. So if there are any hands raised, Meg, let me know.
I'm not seeing any. I saw Emily had her hand up before, but I'm not seeing her with her hand raised right now.
Is
hold on,
Emily
here she is.
on? Great.
Yes.
Hi, Emily.
Hi there, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land Council. I will go ahead and ask this question because I'm just sort of curious, following up on Campbell's comments and questions. Given that, well, I don't think this is actually technically within a water protection district or watershed area, but certainly with the waivers that are being asked and the addition of the 2 extra lots, just thinking about how this is a sewer needs area and hopefully sewer will be down there. I guess I'm just curious if Art knows if would be movement to actually develop these with septics. I mean, obviously, I imagine that the owners would probably prefer to tie into sewer even when that comes down. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily.
Through you, Mr.
Art?
Chairman.
Yes.
I have not designed septics. We have not done soil testing. The preference would certainly be to, tie to sewer. But again, you're somewhat it really is a timing issue long term. Depends when the town is, would extend the sewer. So I wouldn't say it would never happen, but certainly the preference would be to tie to sewer. And we haven't done any active planning for on-site systems.
Thank you. Meg, any other hands raised?
No, I'm not seeing any other hands raised at this moment.
Okay. Unless anybody wants to comment, more questions, we can consider closing a public hearing. Art, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did want to respond. When I was sharing the screen, I didn't want to share it for too long. I know it makes it very difficult from running meetings to not be able to see. I'm happy to put anything back up, but I also did quickly share the Fuss and O'Neill engineered plan just so that you could see that there was engineered plans that have been done for the town, including the drainage in this area. I had discussions with former Director McNeil about the improvements here in general, primarily related to traffic safety type issues and not necessarily this project, as well as the bike path design that we've been working on the other side of Somerset. So that stuff is all there. It's just, I think, a matter of when the town is able to, fund and, get that project back into the works. And I think that I certainly agree with the sentiments mentioned by the members in terms of that the infrastructure in this area, is generally in need of some work, but at least there are plans there. And that was what I shared and just wanted to briefly hit on. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Okay, unless Meg, again, I refer to you. If there's no one signing on, then I would entertain a motion from the board to close the public hearing.
I'm not seeing anyone.
So moved. Close public hearing.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Close the public hearing. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
You like to be called Dan, I know.
Dan,
Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
I'm going to make a motion. Let me attempt this. I'm going to make a motion to approve the submission with the finding that is denoted in the staff report. And as for conditions, we're going to do conditions. We're going to eliminate condition 2 at this point in its entirety. So you've got 1, 3, 4, and 5, and somehow we're going to get a new one in there. Maybe it's 2 or whatever, for a contribution to the bike path, sidewalk improvement, or drainage in the amount of $2,000 per lot.
Can we just generalize with area improvements as well, Barry, to leave it open for staff?
I think I'm hoping that's what I was hoping staff would pick up and figure out what the best verbiage is for that. But I want to give them that latitude to be able to make a decision that will be favorable toward toward the residents, the island, and make something that's going to be financially useful.
Meg, Leslie, does that motion bode well? Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Ooh, I lost you on. I don't know who made that second.
Just give it to Fritz.
Fritz, you do the short straw. All right, motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Fritz. Roll call. Barry.
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave.
I think Dan seconded that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we gotta go back and see who actually approved these, Dan or Dave. Dave.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. All right, thank you very much, Art. Now on
Thank
to the
you.
next. We have Nanahummock Preserve, modification number 1, 141 Hummock Pond Road. I'm gonna just let Meg explain this one. And Arthur Reed is here to represent, or if you think.
Yeah, I can give this to Arthur if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair, to explain. I did include with the packet kind of a hand-drawn, color coordinated, drawn in to the map to try and make it simpler as to what's happening here, because even though it sounds complicated, it is pretty simple. But I'll let Arthur go ahead and explain.
Yeah, I'll welcome Arthur Reed for presentation. Go ahead, Arthur.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it would be helpful if Meg's sketch could be put up on the screen so that I can speak to that as we go along. What's going on here is that I represent Nanahummock LLC, which, although it sounds like the developer of the subdivision, it isn't. It's the Clark family, which owns one of the lots in the subdivision, 11 Nanahummock Lane, lot 16. And my clients have been able to acquire a piece of adjacent land, what's shown on the plan that you're just now seeing as lot 3 from an abutter. And what we are proposing to do is as follows. There is marked in red the existing portion of the open land for the subdivision. This having been done as a cluster subdivision back at the time that it was done, or I forget whether it was cluster or major residential development. Anyway, one of the varieties that have existed over the years of cluster subdivisions that have been allowed. Again, red is what's the open space, and there's a 10-foot corridor around those portions of the subdivision in which the lots are near to the lot line. Now, what my client has done is to acquire lot 3 with the intention of adding it to his lot 16 and merging it with it, that the homeowners association would convey to him the strip of land that's between lot 3 and their existing lot. And that the 10-foot wide corridor around the outside of what was formerly lot 3 would be conveyed now to the homeowners association to add to the open space, so that the area that the homeowners association will own will be reduced by the area between the remainder of lot 9 and the existing lot. And meanwhile, a much larger area around the perimeter of the former lot 3 will be included in the ownership of the homeowners association as open space. Now, the existing space that is owned by the homeowners association is subject to a conservation restriction held by the Land Council, which has been approved by the Commonwealth and so on. And what we are proposing to do is that not only will the new area, what's marked in blue there, be added to the conservation restriction, 10 feet wide, but that there will also be a further 5 feet, so that there will be 5 feet all the way around, as well as there being an area at the corner up just below where the Proprietors Road joins lot. That's right. Lot 3. The line will be cut across there, and there'll also in the southwesterly corner of the former lot 3, there will be a further area that'll be added to the conservation restrictions. The point is that the conservation, and this has all been worked out by us with the Land Council as the holder of the restriction. Again, there's a substantial net benefit that's going on here. No land is being removed from the conservation restriction. The piece that is between the parcels that is now subject to conservation restriction will remain subject to it. And there will be additional area, considerable additional area added to it. So it's net benefit for both the homeowners association and for the land council, and of course for my client, although of course he's had to purchase the land in question. And I think that this is basically a win-win for everybody. We appreciate very much the cooperation that we've had from the land council in working this out. The plan that shows this, which you have in front of you, has actually already been endorsed by you and put through the land court, which has accepted it for filing. And the next step on this is to come before you, and the final step will be to go to the Commonwealth, get the conservation restriction amended, do the transfers that are involved with this, and then finalize it and merge the land together that Nantucket LLC will own. I know there's a lot there, but I think it's basically pretty straightforward when you think it through. And I'm here, obviously, to answer any questions that you've got.
Thank you, Art. Meg, do we still have Emily on board?
She is. Would you like for me to bring her over?
Yeah, I from Arthur's description, it sounds like Emily and the land council is on board, but it'd just be nice to hear from her directly. Was there any kind of comment? So Emily, thank you again. Take it away.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden here. As I was rejoining as a panelist, I'm afraid you got cut off. So I didn't exactly hear what you were asking me to speak to.
I'm sorry, I just want to actually have you kind of endorse, reiterate, and agree with what Arthur was talking about, because obviously you're in agreement with it. If you had any questions, concerns that you needed from us, or you're comfortable with what's being proposed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think Mr. Reed did a great job of explaining that, given that it is a little bit complicated. There are a number of steps involved. We spent quite a bit of time working together over the last 12 months or so to figure out how to move this forward. Ultimately, as Mr. Reed explained, an amendment to the conservation restriction will have to be proposed and approved by the select board in the state in order to add the additional square footage to it. But once that's done, then, as you said, I think there'll be a net benefit to the conservation restriction.
Great. Thank you very much. So board members, any questions, comments? Are you clear? With that, I'm going to open it up to the public. And Meg, let me know if there's anyone just zooming in.
I'm not seeing anyone requesting to participate.
Great. Okay, board members, with that, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Barry to close the public hearing. Roll call, Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the modification number 1, and that the request is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the bylaw.
Second.
Motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Arthur and Emily. Okay.
Thank you very much.
On to the next, Great Harbor Yacht Club, 56 Union. This is a request to expand the MCD. So Meg, would you like to start us off?
I just brought over Mr. Cohen, who's the representation for the applicant. Mr. Cohen, is there anyone else you want me to bring over?
If Jamie Griffith was on, you can let him in. And if Leo Asadorian is on. You can let him in. I don't think he is, but if he is. And then Stephen Crease.
I'm not.
I don't think that he's available either.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. So should I start?
Sure, please.
Okay. So this is hopefully a relatively simple application. The 56 Union, as you all know, was a restaurant that recently was sold. It contained employee housing and a very large amount of seating, both indoor and outdoor. And it was always a little bit of a parking situation because they had those outdoor parking spaces in the triangle as well as parking in the lot, but never enough for the large amount of seating that they have. The intended use, so the Great Harbor Yacht Club has purchased this property, and for now and for the foreseeable future, intends to use it essentially as additional clubhouse space. And what I mean by that is that it would be furnished with some soft seating and tables and maybe like a foosball table or that kind of light recreation where their members could hang out and have meetings or use for remote work situations or family recreational space. It's not intended to continue to operate as a restaurant, although they would intend to keep the bar and the kitchen so that they could serve light refreshments and also occasionally use it for functions for the members if they didn't want to use the large club space. So the kitchen would remain, the bar would remain, but essentially all of those seats would be replaced by a much lesser intense use. The parking is intended to be retained as is. The indoor and outdoor space, again, is intended to be retained as is, but with a lesser intensity. And the employee housing is intended to be retained as employee housing.
Thank you, Stephen. What quickly comes to my mind is not so much the use, but the hours of operations. You're mentioning game rooms, which is acceptable inside, but I don't with neighbors. And there are neighbors in the area, when you have recreational areas and maybe if there's employee housing, you might have amplified music sitting out in the courtyard there. There might be, a game room on the inside where the noise level, depending on how many people are attending, could get a little high. If there's going to be alcohol served, because the employee housing, some are going to be underage, others are going to be of age. Just concern for the neighbors, something that we would entertain anyway if this was a bar or restaurant with any kind of restrictions. Site management, because even though this isn't a dormitory, it's still going to be attended by employees. So is there going to be somebody accessible 24 hours? And, these are just some of the questions, and maybe you already have the answers or we're anticipating those. And those are
Sure.
just a few of my concerns.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to address those, or I don't know if you want to wait.
You can address them now. Maybe it would.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, just sort of in general terms, the Great Harbor Yacht Club is essentially its own neighbor. Like next to this is Saltmarsh Way, and it owns the property on the other side. It owns the property behind it. It substantially owns almost all of this property surrounding it. The employee housing is existing and would intend it to be, continue as is. The restaurant use obviously had both indoor and outdoor seating and, a relatively large bar and large function space. So I don't think that this would be any more rambunctious or loud than the existing uses. If they, obviously the town has a noise bylaw. If they applied for an extension of the entertainment license, then this would be regulated by the select board. If there's any intent to have outdoor amplified music or indoor amplified music, that has to get a permit from the select board. I think the intensity of the use will be significantly less. There's no current intent. There's no pending application for outdoor or indoor amplified music. There's certainly no intent to have, use it as a function hall or something like that, having weddings or something there like that. The intent is to have a less intensive use than that's there now. And what might happen during the day where it was a restaurant, I think the 56 has had in the past had lunch. I don't really see how this would be any louder than lunch if people used it to have you know, remote work meetings or board meetings or, you know, a family having whatever. Like it's not, there's nothing intended that would be rambunctious. And of course, I think the advantage to what we're applying for here is that, you know, as the board knows, but just in case there are any concerned neighbors, I'll run through just briefly the idea that a restaurant with licenses from the town can do a lot of things without much supervision, whereas the addition of this property to the MCD for the Great Harbor Yacht Club actually has substantially greater amount of conditions, including the requirement for on-site and you know, on-file managers and cell phones and those kind of things. And the planning board can reopen the special permit at any time to address any concerns that rise up, which is not the case with a restaurant. So I think that to the extent there's any concerns, you know, the incentive for the club is to be a good neighbor, because unlike a restaurant, additional conditions could be imposed later. So I think you would see them be a good neighbor, but I think the board is also empowered to, you know, not worry about cutting a blank check, that it could always come back.
So with the expansion of the MCD and the licensing, would the liquor license, beer license, wine license extend to this through that? And
yeah, there's a pending application at the select board to expand the area for the permit to allow for the existing Great Harbor Yacht Club license to apply to this location as well, as opposed to having a separate license, which was existing.
Okay, so that's, I guess that triggered a couple of my concerns in the beginning, because there is a pretty expensive bar there, and we are going to have employees there, and then it might open up to employees asking guests to accompany them. And then if there's going to be beer and wine and liquor there, then we start to get into an issue where now what are the hours of operation? Amplified music, does it shut down at 1 o'clock? Does it shut down at 10:30? So, you know, by expanding it in that particular sense, I'd want to see a little bit more detail as far as timing, hours of operation on that.
Sure. And I think that, you know, the Great Harbor Yacht Club already has hours of operation, and the liquor license already has rules, and we would just see those as sliding over and covering this in a consistent way. But just to address one of your concerns, the employees would absolutely not have access to the alcohol. That is, you know, the ABCC requirements require that to be locked up. It's not, you know, a 2 a.m. bar scene with the employees down there, or it certainly isn't for very long, because the management and the police would be, you know, fighting over each other about who was going to throw them out first.
Right. Just had to ask, and I'm sure there would be, and I know from previous decisions that we have, Great Harbors, from what I understand, acted as a very good, I guess, with employee housing and the mandatory overseeing and supervision. They've done a very good job with that. So I would expect that this would be falling in line with what they did Mayflower, or et cetera, where they have
yes, that's right. As you're aware, they own neighborhood employee housing over Mayflower. They own scattered site housing at different places, and they own on-site housing at this location. So, you know, there's a lot of experience and a track record and responsible people in place and rules in place. So we see this as a plug and play to try and, you know, keep things running smoothly. And of course, the last thing my client wants is any trouble on scene, you know, for their main location.
Yeah, and this is on really a very busy road, well traveled. So anything that you're seeing passing by, whatever, is reflective of the actual Great Harbor Yacht Club as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So with that, board members, questions, comments while Stephen's here?
Yeah, John.
Nat, go ahead, Nat.
Hi. Hey, through you, John. Steve, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while.
I'm good. Yeah, good to see you, Nat.
Good. Did the town? What happened to the triangle? I'm dying to hear this. It's like Bob Les parking space in front of Toby's.
Do you mean the parking triangle or the travel lift triangle?
Yeah, the parking triangle. Is that like town now, or is that
that's privately owned land.
Difficult.
Yeah. Those painted lines are owned by the Great Harbor Yacht Club. It's a very strange, as you know, strange situation to have that private land in the middle of the road, but it is. which is good, I guess.
So what
that
are
you
we,
have
so what's,
parking
so
there?
what are we doing with that? Is that just gonna stay there forever, or is this some sort of a, I mean, that's crazy. I can't
Well-
believe you guys have all kinds of internal control of the parking now, so. You know,
There's
that
no
was the
plan to
elegant
change
jump.
anything. There's no plan to change anything,
There is.
but and nobody's approached my client about some kind of trade or whatever. But the intent would be to leave it as is. But I'm sure,
Okay.
Nat, you have some good idea we could talk about offline.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll continue that conversation another time. I just thought I'd ask, because that is like one of those goofy things that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, not to get ahead of my client on it, but they have a ton of parking, so they might be in a better position than the restaurant was to open a discussion with that. But as far to my knowledge, there has not been a discussion about it.
Okay. And the other thing, I mean, really, I don't see any issue. I kind of figured you guys would be doing something like this, at least for now. The building's needs a lot of work. So you're kind of stuck, you're gonna either do something or nothing. So I'm sure that this is a temporary plan for now until you figure it all out yourselves with functions and other things. So I don't have any problem with it. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's really mostly up to the select board. So thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna let Cam go because Barry always asks Cam to go first anyway. So Cam, please.
Well, thank you. And thank you for deferring to me, Barry. I appreciate that. I just had a quick question. As in most of my comments, I'm hoping that all the parking, on-site parking related to this use is going to use Salt Marsh Way as its exit so that we can remove that curb cut at the front of the building. And my other thought regarding timing, it would seem like to stay within the noise parameters of the town. So to have sort of a closing time or an end time of, I believe it's 10 p.m. I would throw out as seeming reasonable.
Well,
and I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll address both of those things if I can. We haven't discussed the curb cut for the 56 parking lot, and I don't actually know if you can eliminate it, but I don't see any reason why my client would be objecting to it as long as doing that doesn't actually create a negative on parking, because then you need to create an aisle where there's currently parking. So we might need to just do the math as to whether or not that is creating a parking loss by doing that. I'm not qualified to answer that question, but my client doesn't have any need or desire to use that space now, because obviously Salt Marsh is currently used as a one-way entrance, with the exit, I think, out onto Francis Street or Union Street, whatever that corner is there. And that would be the intent, to consolidate all of the traffic there. So I don't think there's any need to continue that, but I don't want to commit to anything and actually lose parking by doing it. And then in terms of the noise or the use, I don't know what the club's hours of operations are, but I actually suspect it's slightly later than 10, and 10 is when the noise bylaw kicks in. But I think that the hours should reflect whatever the club's current hours are now, which, it would be both reflected in the MCD and also reflected in any entertainment or liquor license. I know this board has in the past tried to avoid having duplicative terms where that term is also covered under another license, and I get a little nervous about having conflicting permits. I know that drives the police chief crazy because he's got 3 different permits with different times on it. So I'm a little hesitant to put hours of operation that are inconsistent with the existing permit. I'd rather have to just continue, if that's okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
I appreciate that. And that gives us some indication of the hours of operation based on the current permit to the overall system. So thank you.
Yeah, but just to address that concern a tiny bit more, that the primary use of this property has been dinner 7 nights a week. And I think you would see that for, more than 100 people. And I think you would see that use drop significantly, both in terms of the volume of people being serviced, but also in the frequency of the nighttime activities, because the intent now is not to operate it as a full-time restaurant servicing the members. There already is a full-time restaurant servicing the members, but I think the idea would have it be for ancillary, function space on an occasional basis, as opposed to a 7-night-a-week restaurant, which it is, which it has been for decades.
Okay, Cam, if you're through, I'll recognize Barry.
Same.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, good to see you.
You too. How are you, sir?
Absolutely. Long time no see.
Yes.
So just so I'm a little clear at this point, the Great Harbor Yacht Club has got significant management documents to deal with things. So I'm anticipating that the employee housing will be folded back into your basic dormitory plans or employee housing plans that you already have on file, correct?
That's right. The old Tuckernuck Inn is employee housing, and that's a stone's throw from here. So I would expect that the rules and regulations and management would be consistent with the existing documents for that employee housing steps away.
Yeah, and I don't know if staff has gone back through that or not, but I really would appreciate, after all this time elapsing, that they have the ability to do it just, for sake of consistency and making sure that things are where they should be. In terms of the use of the restaurant itself, I realized what it was. It did function 7 days a week, but just like with the restaurant near the harbor side of things, I understand what you're going to with, saying the Board of Selectmen can do kind of what they think is appropriate. But I think for our board as well, too, we went to great lengths to make sure that there was an operational plan in place, including hours of operation, number of functions, those things were put into place there. And I think even though this is a tiny amount and may generate less, I think we still need to start somewhere with it as opposed to leaving a blank check for it. So I would like to kind of get that maybe a little bit more hammered out, and maybe it's some initial dialogue with the town administration to get a sense of what's going to go on. But I think those things kind of need to be put into place before I would say I would just want to unilaterally agree to this tonight.
Right.
And I didn't get the sense we were just going to say, oh, okay, everything's good, bang, next.
On an MCD, not too often in one meeting now.
Yeah, generally not. But I think to prep for a next meeting, those things would be integral for us to at least say, and it's consistent with all the plans that we laid in place for what was going to happen with Great Harbor Yacht Club. Not to say, I think they're doing a great job. I really do. But I'd like that level of consistency to go and be memorialized with the addition of new things. There's been a few.
I think those are both good comments.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to leave it at that, but thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Yeah. If I could just briefly address it. I think, I don't recall when the permit for this was issued, but I didn't do it. I would think it's like 2007 or 8, somewhere around there, more than 10 years ago. And I suspect that the staff has come a long way in their employee housing boilerplate at this point. And if, they want to take a look at the old permit and say, oh, if we did this today, we would, we've had a couple of good ideas since then. Certainly there's no concern with bringing it up to the old permit up to speed for, with good ideas that are adopted these days. And I think the same goes for looking at what the Great Harbor Yacht Club's hours of operation and various restrictions are and saying, do those make sense in this location? Or do we need something tighter? I would note that I wouldn't necessarily consider having functions here the same as functions at the main facility, because the main facility you're talking about essentially large weddings under a tent with exterior, it's a very large yard there. I think those are not the kind of functions I'm talking about. I just mean, people having a dinner meeting or a small thing there that would be even less intense than if the restaurant was filled out for a Saturday night, as opposed to the functions section of the MCD permit, which is I think limits it to 6 weddings or whatever. But those are 300-400 people functions, so that those rules are under envisioning a different intensity, basically the most intense use. But yeah, I think when we come back, I think between now and the next meeting, we could sit with the staff and make sure that they're happy with what would be adopted here, and as a recommendation to the board.
Excellent.
Okay. Without seeing any other hands, I think I'll open it up to the public. So Meg, help us, please.
Not seeing anyone.
Okay. Stephen, as we're discussing uses and things like that, I do recall when I was on different various boards, sports boards for kids, we had committees that we'd want to meet with, and I just wonder if that would be a possibility. I know a lot of the Little League boards and hockey boards, they're looking for places to meet. They have to rely on the school and also the police station, to hold just their board meeting. So I don't know if that would be a consideration. I know it's a private club and private property, but for community outreach and maybe open it up and consider a place to meet for small groups, as you were saying. This isn't for weddings or anything like that, but maybe a small, a group of about 15 members.
I think that is a really good idea. I mean, obviously, I don't know that you could put that in a MCD permit, but I think that the space is planned to be underutilized. So the idea of, letting nonprofits and community groups use it for board meetings is a really good community benefit. I'll raise that with my client and see what they're comfortable with. But I'm well aware that there's a dearth of good spaces to meet at, and there's a ton of empty spaces. So that might be a good community opportunity for the club.
Thank you. So I don't know if we're necessarily going to close the public hearing, if we're going to ask to keep this open.
I would request a continuance if there's no more comments.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Board members, is there a motion for continuance? Barry?
So moved. Yeah, so moved. We'll continue to our next meeting. Does April work for you, Steve?
Yes.
April 11th. Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to continue to April 11th by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll see you next month.
Bye.
Okay, I think we're down to the last. Continued the other, so I'll leave it up to the board. Would you like a little brief break? This might go into a little discussion, so I would ask the board if you'd consider maybe taking a 10-minute or 15-minute break. I see some shaking heads, so I'm going to ask that we recess. Let's see, it is 7:30. Why don't we come back in 10 minutes at 7:40 and we'll resume. gather. I see we're still waiting for staff. Looking for Dave Iverson, Stephen. Almost there. For the public, do we have people logged on for that, I'm assuming?
Yeah, we have 22 people on right now,
Okay.
some of which are from the applicants team that I'll be bringing over.
Great. There's Dave. Dan, Dave, you can call me. Whatever.
It's those first two DAs that are confusing.
I have been called way worse, John. Way.
Likewise.
And it's not based off the first two letters of my name.
Most of them by Nat, by the way.
All right, with that, I think we'll get started. Welcome back, everyone. We're up for our, it looks like our last public hearing here, 27 Fair Street, 27 and 29 Fair Street. So I see Sarah Alger is representing. Meg, I'm sure you have a few people that you might want to tune.
Yep. So I'm bringing Sarah over. I have Brad. Is there anyone else on the call for the applicants team that I should be carrying over?
I don't think so. I don't know that we have Terry. I think it's just Brad.
Okay, I don't see Terry, so.
Okay, with that, I'm going to step aside here and let Sarah take over. I think we'll save a lot of my breath here. So Sarah, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's nice to finally be able to present this project to the board. We've been on the agenda, I think, since the fall, but this is our first public presentation of our plan, despite all the press and hoopla that's been going on about it. So it's good to be able to get this all out on the table. We have been able over the last couple of months to spend some time refining our plans. We met a number of times with representatives from the neighborhood group represented by Mr. Reed. We heard all of their concerns. We've attempted to address as many of them as we could agree to. I think what you see that we filed, particularly the updated site plan and our proposed management plan, comes in part from those discussions. We've also hired I guess it's a historic architect to go through the building and advise us on what we can do with the building. I think, as you know, these properties, the former Wood Box and the inn at 27 Fair Street, have been run by a number of different companies, and in recent years have really become, I think it would be fair to say, very run down. In fact, the inn at 29 Fair Street was the subject of a shutdown by the Board of Health not that long ago. So there's a lot of work to do to bring it back to its former glory, and we want to be sure that we do it the right way. The application itself, I think, is fairly simple. Both of these properties had been, in the most recent past, being operated as part of the in-town summer house collection. Our proposal is to continue to operate them together, these two together. The inn at 27 Fair Street is an inn, and then there's a single-family dwelling in the back, which, although not permitted as a guest house, was in recent years actually operated as a guest house. The restaurant and inn at 29 Broad Street have been used in that way. We're actually not proposing all that many changes to the plan. Our proposal is to go in, renovate both buildings. There'd be some addition of going up, a reduction, I think, in actual ground cover, with the exception at 29 Fair. There's an interior, you'd never know this, but there's like an interior courtyard inside the building that we're going to be closing in. So that would in fact result in an increase in some ground cover there. The restaurant had 45 seats. We're going to keep those same 45 seats. Over the years, I remember back when the Two Teens had the restaurant, it was open for breakfast and dinner. At another point, it was open for lunch, I think, when it was operated by Todd English as Figs. And, you know, part of what we're doing, part of this permitting, is taking two pre-existing non-conforming lots with pre-existing non-conforming structures and kind of bringing them up to date and subjecting them to your oversight and putting some restrictions and controls on them that haven't previously been there. We see that would be a benefit to the neighborhood rather than a detriment. For example, at the moment, there are no restrictions on hours of operation at all. And there's no management plan in place under any of the existing permitting. And those are all things that we think will be of benefit to the neighborhood. It makes us accountable. It gives a standard for us to live up to, and it gives an enforcement mechanism for when there are issues. And we're hoping that there won't be any, but when there are, there will be a mechanism to address them. The relief that we're looking for would be a special permit for a lodging, rooming, or guest house, which is allowed under the use chart for structures that are within a quarter mile of the CDT, which we are. We're also asking for a special permit to alter and extend the pre-existing non-conforming structures as well as the restaurant use. As you know, the planning board has purview over the guest house license under 13930. I think probably the biggest change is in how we're going to address the rooms. Currently, as I said, there's that 6-bedroom single-family dwelling and 16 rental units at 27 Fair. We would be changing the front building, reducing the number of units from 9 to 7. Getting rid of the non-historic back structure and replacing it with 3 connected, under the ground, connected just rooms. They'd be guest rooms, six guest rooms. On 29 Fair Street, currently there are 5 rental units with 7 bedrooms. We'd be going to 3 rental units, 1 suite with a total of 4 bedrooms. And in the back building, that would remain the same, 2 rental units with 2 bedrooms, and that would remain the same. Just to give you a sense of the impact, the current parking requirement, if it was calculated and I'm not counting the restaurant because that's kind of a wash, but for the guest house use. Currently, we'd be required to have 18 spaces. With the change that we're requesting, it would be a total of 19 spaces. So we're asking for 1 parking space waiver. We continue to provide the 4 spaces that are currently provided on the 27 Fair Street property. Otherwise, we hope to operate a kind of white linen tablecloth upscale restaurant along the lines of the old Wood Box. It's not going to be all that dissimilar actually from the other successful restaurants in the neighborhood, particularly the Ship's Inn. Although unlike the Ship's Inn, which has a bar area, we've agreed to eliminate the bar area and have it all be table service. I think what makes Nantucket unique and special is these old grandfathered uses in residential areas in these old structures. They add charm and they add value. And we're hoping to be able to continue that and to bring the Wood Box back to what it had been when it was a going concern. And I know there's a lot of angst about it, but we're really not proposing to do anything more than what I've just outlined. And I think it's set forth in our management plan, and I'm happy to take any questions or answer any concerns. And I want to say, I know there are a lot of people here from the public. So what I'd like to do, if it's acceptable to you, is just take a lot of notes, and to the extent that I can, answer questions when everyone is done. I certainly don't want to get involved in any sort of back and forth with neighbors, but I hope we can stick within the confines of your purview in these discussions, and that we all come to this with the idea that we want to do what's best for Nantucket and best for this property.
Great. Thank you very much, Sarah. And you bring up a good point. Anything will go through the chair. We have to understand that we're all neighbors here, and we're going to have to get along for a very long time. So be respectful of both the commercial end and the residential side, and let's see if we can put our heads together to come up with an acceptable situation for all concerned. So with that, I'll first ask our board if anybody has anything right off the bat that they'd like to talk about, discuss, or maybe ask Sarah before I open it up to the general public. Rich, you're first.
Yes, I think probably everything I'm going to ask initially would probably be answered by Sarah. Although staff may want to opine if they have a different idea. And my questions really, rather than waiting for the public and then making comments or questions at the end, I have a few questions that I think if we can answer those. Perhaps there are questions that the public may have had as well. And so we might save some time by doing that, if I may. So with that, Mr. Chair, may I address my questions specifically to Sarah?
Sarah, if you're okay with that, I'm okay with that. We can maybe,
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
First question that wasn't clear to me, because there was talk about HDC. Has the design part of this been submitted or approved by the HDC?
No, we had started down the HTC path, and then when we got so much neighborhood feedback, we pulled those plans. We're revising them, and the plan would be to have revised elevations and floor plans available for the next meeting.
Could I add to that as the applicant?
Sure.
Go ahead, Brad.
Brad Guidi with Blue Flag Partners. We certainly realized our initial application to the HDC after some thought and discussion with the neighbors. was inappropriate. So we brought on board a historic preservation architect. We realized the value in the wood box. So not only are we planning on doing a historic renovation to the building, but also as well as the interiors. Obviously, if you've ever been through that building, it's very hard to make it to code for today's codes, but we're doing our best to work around that. And I think just this past Friday, we netted out in a place that our preservation architect feels really good about. It's our hope that we'll be bringing this to you as well as the HGC in the next month to show everybody that. But we're going to be working hard to really restore the historic nature of these buildings and preserve the interiors.
Okay,
Thank you. Go ahead, Fritz.
Second question to Sarah. When was the last time that 29 Fair operated as a restaurant?
That would be, I think, 2020. My clients bought the property in 2021 and have been, working on the permitting ever since.
So I think you see where I'm going within the last 3 years.
Yes, and there certainly has been no attempt to abandon that use or to give it up, and we consider the permitting part of the ongoing restaurant use.
Okay, I wanted to just clarify that.
Right.
Now, now there'll be other questions, I'm sure, but just one thing I noticed came up when I read through it, and then also from some of the comments that I read from neighbors. If you look at the management plan, paragraph 6, it talks about, no, wait a minute, sorry, not paragraph 6, paragraph 10. It says within the 7 a.m. to 11, I'm sorry, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. And now that you've eliminated separate bar service, is there a proposal that would change?
Well, those would be the permitted hours of operation. And then I think I've shown what we expect the range of service to be. Breakfast from 7 to 10, lunch 11:30 to 2, and dinner 5:30 to 10.
Right. I believe that it's my understanding that the Ships Inn serves dinner and operates until 10 p.m. So would that be within? I guess I'm just trying to understand why 1 a.m. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to ask that question.
We were trying to have flexibility to have the last dinner service in line with the Ships Inn, which would be the kitchen serving till 10 p.m.
Okay. The rest, the balance of my questions, just a couple of them are really more legal questions under the zoning bylaw. Sarah, you're far more familiar and expert than I am, but I can read, so I'll just ask the questions that I would ask. And it's 27 Fair, as I understand it. Pre-existing non-conform, and this is from your addendum. Pre-existing non-conforming as to use, side yard setback, and parking.
Correct.
Now, so the first question I have under the zoning bylaw is under 139-33A1A, which basically says special permit granting authority finds that the extension, alteration, change shall not be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming structure or use. Where an existing structure violates front, rear, or side yard setback distance, the granting authority may issue a special permit to allow an extension, alteration, or change to the structure, providing that the non-conforming setback distance is not more non-conforming. So I was difficult to understand. I thought your application said that you were asking for additional relief from the setback requirements.
No, we're not getting any closer. We might be going up on an area that's within the setback which is routinely allowed, but we're not increasing in any way the nonconformity by getting closer to any rear, front, or side yard setback.
Okay, I'm sorry, perhaps I misread what you said. Okay. Second then would be, as to 29 Fair, there would be an increase in ground cover. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think technically, yes.
Okay. And again, so the question would be, can you tell me what the existing ground cover is and what the proposed ground cover would be?
I can tell you what the existing ground cover is if you give me a second.
Okay, I mean, we can come back to, you can come back to that later. If you want to.
Because the plan's just being formulated, I can't tell you what the new ground cover will be until I see those new plans.
Okay, the only reason that I'm raising that is under 2A, the existing ground cover ratio will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing nonconformity. So
It's going to be nominal. It's just the interior courtyard, which is now we're hoping to put a stairwell in there because that's one of the untouched historic parts.
Okay.
And I honestly, looking at the plans that I have, the existing ground cover is 52.6%. I believe that that's already counting the interior courtyard. I don't think that's ever been excluded from ground cover.
Okay.
So I don't think you're going to see any change from that 52.6%.
Okay. No. And I think I've got just one more. Again, sorry, they're technical. So I look at 139.33A4, which talks about the reconstruction of a pre-existing non-conforming structure, and I think you are talking about reconstructing 29 Fair.
My understanding is that's removal and reconstruction. That's where if we demoed.
Yeah.
Ground cover and then wanted to build it back. That's what 139.33A4 is addressing. But anyway, okay.
Removal, just hold on for a second. Okay, I'll let that go for the moment. That's all I have for the moment.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Dave Iverson.
Hi, thank you. Through you,
sure,
to Sarah and Brad, I guess. I mean, my feeling is really the meat of this really is the intensity of use. And in my opinion, and I think in a lot of the neighbors' opinions by reading the letters, it's more surrounding not necessarily the guest house in particular or the restaurant in particular. It's surrounding the service. And I think that my big problem here is that you guys want to offer breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is going to give you 3 times, well, let's take Fair Street ships in, for instance, 3 times the deliveries, 3 times the trash pickups, 3 times the trucks. And the trucks will not be able to get down Hiller's Lane or road or whatever that is. It's just too narrow. So it's going to be using other side streets. So I guess the question is how flexible are you guys with the service? Because I would suggest maybe that if you were willing to do breakfast just for the guest house guests and you skipped lunch and you did dinner, that you would have a lot less pushback from the neighbors. And I think it would be more true to a to a commercial use in a residential district. And I would just urge you guys really to consider shortening your hours of service and being sensitive to that, at least for the first year, and then come back. You think about breakfast in town and think about the establishments that offer breakfast in town and what the front of those establishments look like every morning. Downy Flake's gone, but there was always a line there. Black Eyed Susans, always a line. Lemon Press, always a line. So I just think that it's unfair to have that level of commercial activity in, well, excuse me, what is a residential area? And I'm not opposed to a restaurant in a residential area. I just think that we need to be sensitive to the neighbors here. And I think you guys want to be able to come out in the morning and smile at your neighbors and have them smile at you. And I think the Ships Inn is a very good model. I don't think anyone's unhappy with them. And so as a board member, I'm looking for less intense hours and usage. And I'm just hoping that maybe you guys are flexible there. Thank you.
Could I respond to that?
Go ahead, Brad.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you. I really appreciate those comments. And quite frankly, I totally understand. I think there's a few things I just want to mention before I immediately address the hours of operation. But we are, doing everything we can to be good neighbors. We've met with Arthur's group 3 times. We heard the push on historic, and that was right. So we went and we hired a historic architect. We heard loud and clear that there should be no bar in this establishment. So we eliminated the bar. We heard people want the wood box. So we're doing our best to preserve the wood box. You have to understand that operating a 45-seat restaurant with no bar that can only serve 3 meals, 3 turns for dinner, if financially, I don't know how what we're trying to do is give ourselves flexibility to pay for this. If everybody wants a historic renovation, that costs a lot of money to do. The alternative is these turn into houses, and then there's no historic renovation and no one gets to use the wood box. And I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that financially the metrics have to work. So, the reason we propose it this way is because historically there was a precedent for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the wood box. We thought we were investing all of this money trying to appease all these different parties in Nantucket. There's probably people who don't want the wood box, but the one that we've heard the most is keep the wood box, preserve the wood box. That's what we're trying to do. But the numbers certainly have to work. So, ultimately we put together a proposal that, whether we serve breakfast or not, at least we have that option. Because again, three turns a night on a 45-seat restaurant with no bar. And to Sarah's point, we made it very clear to the neighbors, this is not a raucous bar. This is going to be, as we keep saying, a place you go to get engaged. I also, I was reading some of the letters. I read that someone pointed out this the Fair Street Hotel. I've never even heard that nomenclature. I don't even know what that means. So let's just get that off the table now. The point here is not to come into this neighborhood and create, Disney World. We're trying our best to be great neighbors, but leave ourselves flexibility to pay for this renovation and give everybody what they want.
If I can respond.
Go ahead.
Brad, no, listen, my experience with you guys in all the projects I've sat in is that you guys are receptive. We ask you to do something, you do it. Lifehouse, we remember what an issue that was. We never heard a whisper afterwards. So I have a lot of respect for you guys. And I appreciate the position you're in. I'm just offering up some ideas to help kind of quell the voices. You're still be serving liquor there, correct? Even though you don't have a bar. And I know financially it's tough, but I picture breakfast in all the places in town that serve breakfast. And I imagine that out my front door every morning in the summer. And I would have a problem with that if I was a neighbor too. So maybe the answer is to make make breakfast reservation only, and then they show up and they sit down and you don't have that. I think that you guys clearly have done a very good job with all the properties you have. And I'm just suggesting that there has to be a way to make everyone happy here. And I'm not sure what it
No,
is.
I
but think
appreciate
it
that
really
suggestion.
starts-
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the
I-
only thing I would want to add to that, what Brad said, is that it's not going to make the trash trips triple or the deliveries triple. It can all be accomplished with the same delivery and same pickup. We're not anticipating any change from what happened when the wood box was up and fully running.
We'll certainly take that back to the group, though. Point heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, John.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Dave. Barry, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh,
I'll yield to Cam again, please.
okay, I'm going up the list. Cam?
That's all right, Barry. I'm sure you'll have more substantial things to say than I.
Not necessarily.
But thank you.
Don't fight. Cam, go ahead.
Okay, so just sort of playing off what Dave was just speaking of, I'd just like to remind everyone, this is 45 seats, not 145 seats. So it's a very small, intimate gathering place. And I don't see where it's going to need, deliveries every day of the week or trash pickup. I'm not exactly, I'd have to do some math to figure out how many tables that is, but it's not a lot of tables compared to the number of tables in many of the restaurant type things that we look at. So I'd just like to remind people of that. I'm sort of coming from a little bit different angle. I was down there today, and I guess the two of the things I'd like to see at 29 Fair is that the three sides that are available to the public viewing. I have Mr. Rogers' house in mind when I think about it, sort of renovating, but keeping some of the quirkiness to the building. Obviously, the foundation is in really bad shape, and would probably, in a less sensitive situation, be up for a demolition. So I really appreciate them taking on a historic preservationist and the ability to put in perhaps a better foundation, more stable, and to redo the understructure. So that said, one of the other things, so Hiller's Lane, as we know, is really narrow. It's very difficult if you're a pedestrian on that road to get off the road. So as happened to me today, that space between the cottage at 29 Fair and the restaurant at 29 Fair, that currently has a very broken down kind of a gate fence, something or other. Anyway, I would like to see that remain open so that there's the ability to step off the road. The same as at 27 Fair, at some point along there, to maintain a spot where, not that you can't have vehicle parking, but where someone can step off the road to get out of the way. Even though we think of large livery trucks not going down Hiller's Lane, damage to the side of the buildings would attest otherwise. The other thing at 27 Fair, I guess, I see the patios, I see all this lovely thing, but they have a really great garden that if you're walking down Hiller's Lane as a tourist or, a guest or whatever, and you're able to see this lovely courtyard type of, granted, it's a formalized garden, but it's really quite lovely. And I'd like to see something along those lines so that it didn't just become a paved way with repetitive plant types along the way. Another point that I saw, and it may not be in a current rendition, but there was a crosswalk being indicated between 27 and 29. And it appeared on the drawing that the crosswalk sort of landed in the side of 29 Fair Street Cottage, which of course lands you in the road. So somehow to maybe connect that to the opening that I was suggesting earlier between the cottage and the restaurant would be appropriate and safe. And I really do appreciate the efforts that they're doing to, you know, especially the interiors, to keep that historic. That is just a gem of a place. So I think that's all I have, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cam. Barry?
That's okay. Mr. Guidi had his hand up there, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. I apologize.
Right. I just would love to shed a little light on why those changes were made, because they came after lengthy discussion with the neighbors. Originally, we actually had the check-in at the 29 Fair Street Cottage. We have now, after the meeting with Arthur's groups, moved that into the 27 Fair Street. And the idea is we didn't want people walking up and down Hillers. So people would come in, they would drop people off and walk through the internal paths. So the idea was actually to keep people off Hillers, check into 27 Fair Street. And if you had to get over to the 29, that we were asked to eliminate the crosswalk so people would actually cross, and we would actually obviously have wayfinding to do this at the actual sidewalk. Totally understand the points and keeping it open. The idea of this was actually to try to create passageways within the property to keep people off from walking down Hillers because of that tightness. But understood in terms of the beauty of the gardens, and I think we can probably achieve both somehow. And maybe it's maybe we move a fence in a little, or I don't know. We would get creative, but that was the thinking behind that, and why those changes were made, and why that crosswalk was eliminated, and why those lines of shrubs are along Hillers there.
Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick thing first. You know, I appreciate what you're trying to do with the property. It's always tough though when you're trying to recreate something that was there and time has elapsed and neighborhoods tend to change. And, you know, also current thinking about just zoning, traffic, they all tend to lend a different view. What was there 50 years ago worked real well, but we were a very different community then. And, you know, here we are now, and so I appreciate it. It's just not an easy thing to have to try to stay current when you have to go through. But let me just go to a few things because I want to just kind of check in as well too. Staff housing, was there any consideration to that or no?
We own obviously multiple hotels on the island, so we're looking at staff housing holistically, and we're using our resources to solve that. So we do have staff housing, and we're continuing to purchase more.
Okay, now that's great. So the question is, how does staff get there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so actually right now, most of our staff rides bikes to our hotels.
Okay.
That said, they don't typically have cars. And if we get to a certain tipping point, we'll probably have to provide a shuttle or some sort of service, because obviously, a lot of our staff comes from outside of Nantucket, don't own cars. So they would have to either drive a bike or get dropped off via a transport service.
Okay, but nothing on site, right?
No.
There is someone there as a manager or something 24/7, correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to be clear on that. So I'm kind of hoping that one of the things that you'll consider is making sure that NRTA passes are available both to your staff and to the guest. With a strong discouragement about bringing automobiles here. We wound up doing that with Dolphin Court, the Brandt there. And, I think it would be good to see how that begins to play out. But, anything we can do to kind of lighten that load is always a good thing. Since we're kind of in the traffic mode anyways, what are you envisioning for those parking spaces? I'm curious about that off of Hillers.
We picture them mostly as drop off. We own the Faraway in town where we have 2 parking spots, and we just don't allow our guests to bring cars. They don't. They have no place to put them. So we actually have a lot of our guests ride bikes. We give them bikes. So the idea is these would be, drop off spots where people could pull in, pull off the road. And then it's obviously not pulled up here on the screen, but could use the internal paths then to traverse throughout the property.
Okay, great. So was it 2 spaces or 4 spaces did I detect in the process?
4, because the current permitting requires 4.
It does. Okay. All right. Yeah, because I know that, especially just being in the core district and stuff as well too. I know it's permitted, but I'm not sure at this juncture if 4 spaces still continues to work. Maybe there's a chance of doing something creative by doing a reduction on it. Just something I want to throw out there to you. Thank you for leaving this up, by the way. That's good. Talk to me about deliveries and pickups, because I want to run back through that. In the initial iteration, I was seeing you were talking about, somewhere between pickups and deliveries, anywhere from 4 to 6 times a day, depending upon, it's like 4 for one thing, 2 for another. So help me through that a little bit. Is that still in play, or is that gonna change now?
I'm not sure I know where the 4 to 6 deliveries came from, but unless it's in the packet,
Management plan.
Okay. So that would include probably laundry service and things like that.
Right.
But the obviously delivery and pickups are tough. We things like laundry service is just done in a typical like Jeep, especially in 16 rooms. So I think it's important to understand when you say delivery and pickups, it's not all food deliveries. Some of that would also be laundry. Some of that would just be housekeeping, just general hotel maintenance, which we do in regular pedestrian vehicles. For truck deliveries, for the bigger things like food, we did have some discussion with Arthur's group on this. And I think one of the good ideas that came out of that, and we haven't yet figured it out or memorialized it, but maybe doing some sort of delivery window on Fair Street, where we could have just a delivery spot, and during certain agreed upon hours, that's when we could do our food deliveries. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we could certainly use those vehicle drop-off spots, where we have the 2 vehicle drop-off. I think the idea was we were trying to keep obviously trucks off of Hillers though, especially because that tight corner there where 29 Fair always gets bumped.
Yeah. No, and I was asking, I know I'd asked staff earlier today to kind of look into that, just examine that issue one more time, from a traffic management perspective as to whether it's still negotiable at this point, or it's best just to avoid, anything larger than a regular vehicle down there.
Yeah, we don't foresee bringing trucks down Hillers. And again, for 18 rooms, you're talking laundry service that we put 65 rooms in the back of a Jeep truck. So that's what we would probably be doing here.
But I think with the level of activity, I like the idea of hours of operation for deliveries and stuff. And I think that was a really good thought. I'd like you to flesh that out a bit further so we have a good sense of, the movement of different vehicles in through that area and how that's going to wind up coordinating over time. Let me just see here. Delivery spaces. The only other thing is, since the patios are a beautiful thing. Love it. It's always nice to be able to go outside and stuff. But I'm hoping your manager as well too keeps a little bit of oversight on what transacts. You know, especially if the restaurant is going to close that late. The last thing you want is those people coming out of the restaurant to all of a sudden translate into your outdoor patio areas and stuff, and it's all of a sudden we're well outside our hours of operation and noise, you know.
Yeah,
So
we
I'm
actually
just go ahead.
We purposely designed this with very limited seating areas to address that. So people, you know, obviously it's Nantucket. I can't tell guests they can never sit outside, you know, but certainly at night we are fully aware of, you know, the sensitivity. This is a residential neighborhood. You know, this is meant to be a quiet, extremely upscale inn with a very, you know, quiet, nice restaurant. You know, so understood. And there is obviously some management around that, but also some intentional design around that as well.
Yeah. And I would like you to give a little consideration what Dave Iverson said. You know, I mean, it's a small restaurant. I get it. You're trying to do the best turnover you can with things. But you know, being in a residential neighborhood, having people spilling out, you know, late into the night, you know, it depends upon your crowd and what's happening, which, you know, you like to think you'll have control over, but not. But this is definitely a method by which, you know, as a board, we can control that very easily. So I just, it's worth just a second look at, to think about. I know there's that balance between the two things that you're trying to achieve there. But I do think it's worth just looking at it one more time to honestly give it an honest look about it. Because I think the last thing you want us to do is to come back in once you've been operating for a while and say, okay, well, no, special permit didn't work. We need to modify things. And you know how boards will react sometimes to that. It's not as favorable as what you would have initially proposed. But that's one of the good things too about a special permit. We can always go back to it. The last thing, which I know is going to come up eventually in conversation, is I think just given where it is, what it is, that we, once everything's done and set, that we do at least a review 1 year out, just to get a sense of how well it's functioned, you
Absolutely.
know, and then look at it from there. So anyways, just a little bit of thought, just a few ideas to throw out, and thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Barry. Stephen Welch.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good, thanks. Yeah, so I'm not going to belabor a lot of it. I just want to reinforce, I agree with a lot of David's points. I'd summarize, you know, past precedent is not jiving with the current circumstances. So that makes it tough to balance as the neighborhood, segueing into Barry's comments where the neighborhoods change. So I think I applaud your working with the neighbors. I think that's an important thing to continue. I think the focuses should be, as been brought up, traffic management and noise control. Some of that is going to relate back to your hours of operation. Your tables, you know, I acknowledge you've got 45 seats, which isn't large compared to many restaurants, but over your hours of operation, that's, you know, it's a lot of folks coming in and out. And the success of that is really going to turn on how tightly it's managed. To Barry's point, you know, coming back at a later date to have the special permit revisited and perhaps tightened up could be a kind of a catastrophic element in a business plan. So I think tight controls out of the gate are going to be really critical. I would like to get one clarification. Those are the material comments. On number 10 in the, forgive me, I've got it here, Exhibit A. I think what that distills down to is you've got particular hours for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and the rest of the time until 1 a.m. you will be open and serving alcoholic beverages, but only to patrons at tables. Is that correct through you, Mr.
Yeah, I think
Chair?
the idea was, last dinner service would be at 10 p.m. So if people were sitting there, they could, finish their dinner and have an after dinner drink. I don't foresee us actually staying open till then. There is no bar, but just giving again flexibility.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification.
The current liquor license, Steve, goes till 1 a.m., which is where that number came from.
Okay.
And 45 seats.
And I can't say, I'd say the prior liquor license.
So we put it in context, 45 seats is about 12 tables. It's small.
Yeah, and I'll just follow up on that, not a back and forth rebuttal type of a thing. I'm not saying 45 to pick it apart. I think it's important to acknowledge the number, but at the same time, acknowledge that there is repeated service during each interval of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is a very tight area. Hillner's Lane is more so, but just with respect to traffic, if it's foot traffic, that sometimes can bring its own problems. And I say all of that as emphasis to underscore a tight management program is really the key to your success. I have no doubt that you can work on it and hopefully work through it and, have that success. I personally think it would be nice to have small, successful establishments in neighborhoods. I note that I abhor sound. As far as I'm concerned, our noise bylaw should be if sound comes over the property line, it's noise and it shouldn't exist after 5 p.m. But, I know I'm in a minority there, and I'm not suggesting that's something you guys should be thinking about. But, I'm just painting that picture to say at the same time, from someone who has that perspective, I still see paths for you to have success, but it's going to be the management program, and it's going to be an interactive program in working with the neighbors. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Barry?
Yeah, I'll be real brief here. Just you said you own other properties on the island, correct?
Yes.
Just something to consider here is the larger delivery vehicles that you may be doing, like Cisco or something like that. Is there a possibility to use one of your other sites and have them do a breakdown of things and then use a smaller delivery vehicle to get it to your final destination? I just want to throw that out to you. It doesn't require a yes or no.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into that.
All right, thank you.
Barry, I think great minds think alike. I had that as one of my satellite deliveries. And I'm not telling them how to run their business because they obviously are they're very successful and very considerate. That's why we're having these meetings, and they're open to a lot of things. But if they have multiple sites, it wouldn't be bad to have something similar to about 30 years ago. There used to be a commissary here. Deliveries were made to a larger location, and then smaller vehicles made the deliveries. That would maybe appease the neighbors' concerns. Tight places like Hiller's Lane and things like that. So a good suggestion, and maybe it's something they can reconsider there or consider. Also, this is I have a question for maybe staff. Downtown Broad Street, we have a designated delivery site that we've discussed in our previous meetings with the Brotherhood. So if there was a dedicated spot in between the Ships Inn and the Woodbox here, and maybe for certain hours, maybe if 2 designated parking spaces were designated for loading for a certain hour of operation, that truck that would normally come for the delivery of Ships In would be inclined to make 2 deliveries at once. And then after the certain time frame, whatever we have for Broad Street, then it converts back to residential parking. So it might be eliminating 2 spaces in the beginning for parking, but obviously it would help with the delivery and maybe consolidate deliveries to have less frequent deliveries, because you'd be really making 2 trips in one to the ships in, one to the wood box. So that's a question for staff to maybe consider and kick around and maybe incorporate with the plans, if that's even a potential. So while I'm on a roll, I guess I'll continue with a couple of things that I have. I do like the fact that you're making the historical provisions for renovations and hiring some experts. I guess one of my questions would be, I'm sure they're qualified, but is there anyone local that is involved with the history that we have and the resources that we have? Preservation Institute in Nantucket through Florida University, if that's still in existence and possibility to tap into, because obviously they're familiar with Nantucket. And I'll just, you don't have to answer Brad or Sarah. I'll just regurgitate some of my notes I've been taking. As far as the building, I think for the neighborhood, the aesthetics, obviously anything you do there would be very pleasing, because right now for the last few years it's been run down, it's been abandoned. The structure is not getting any more sound as far as structurally. Things like the sidewalk, you have pavement in the sidewalk, so a historical renovation would be really nice to actually maybe have some sort of brick or something, the pavement ripped up and put there. So I think from neighbors and tourists passing by, it's a good thing for this to finally get worked on instead of just rotting away. Parking, obviously it's always an issue, but it seems like you're addressing a lot, Barry, with offering maybe the actual service, the restaurant and the inn hotel, if you will, to offer shuttle to their patrons and customers. That's actually kind of nice too, not just to the employees. So it's something to think about as well. As far as the volume, Dave made some really good points, maybe lessen, and I understand with all the quality concerns that you have that you're addressing, especially with the historical renovation, it's not cheap, and it's not just from conventional. You have to take things, and I don't even know what the 2 times, 3 times, 4 times of what normal construction would be, and we know how expensive normal construction is per square foot on the island here. But the comment that Dave was making, maybe less, especially in the get-go, would be better. Just to put it in perspective, if you're having 2 breakfast services per day, and I'm looking at a minimal, and then 2 lunch servicing per day seatings, and then you have 3 dinner seatings with a 45-seat restaurant, you're really looking at 315 seatings per day times 7. That's 2,205 per week. So, and then I'm just guessing that that's all the turnover that you're going to have. So that does add a considerable amount of volume and traffic going through there. So with all that, without exterior service and bars and things like that, you're trying to eliminate a lot of the noise, but you're still grabbing the traffic. And Dave's point about standing on the corner, it's great for business when you have a line out the door, especially I used to own a commercial business, and when you see that line out the door, you feel really good. However, your neighbors in a residential area aren't going to feel so happy because there's always conversations that take place on the street. Sometimes, laughing, and that's great. People come on vacation, they want to have a good time, they want to laugh and be jovial about that, but it also creates a noise. So not to mention people passing by if they're trying to get through and there's a line out the door. It's a little of a burden when you have to walk past 20 people waiting outside. Baby steps. Again, it's a special permit. Barry is famous for bringing that up, and we can revisit it. So in the interim of thinking about being considerate to your neighbors, trust is a big thing. So you're doing it the right way, and maybe being a little bit more flexible, especially in the first year with the revisit of the special permit annually. You maybe, as Dave said, offer breakfast, but only to your patrons that are there, not open it up for the general public. So I know it's going to be a little less of revenue, but you also gain the trust of, what you're able to, service, and your neighbors will appreciate that, and maybe do lunch, maybe not do lunch, and then have your dinner service similar to the Ship's Inn. All in connection and cooperation with the deliveries, the services, maybe bringing in those laundry, smaller vehicles. Every little bit counts. And then after a year, your neighbors will come back, and maybe we think we've been really good neighbors. We've run a very good business. We haven't had any complaints. Now we're going to maybe add a little bit. And you're letting that be known from the beginning. You're not trying to hide that and come in later on and sneak it in. You're actually being an open book right now. So maybe your neighbors would appreciate that, and they'll be more open to that. And really, the attention will be on you, because if you look at that and your neighbors accept that, they're going to look at you even more closely. So in essence, you're going to police yourself, because you know that if you're coming before the board at a future time, you're really going to want to make a good impression. And I think your neighbors will appreciate that too. So this is really just the start. We're really happy that you've come before us and you're open to a lot of the suggestions. You're not being demanding and closing the door. I think you're going about it the right way, and I hope that your neighbors will appreciate the way that you're presenting this. So I know there's going to be future meetings, future discussions, and we're going to go back and forth. I just hope we can do it in a very respectful way for all parties. So thank you for hearing some of my concerns. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel or tell you what to do. I think every opportunity to listen to an idea, all it takes is one to make an improvement, and then everybody will appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Shannon?
Yes, Nat.
Hey, so everybody said just about everything, so I'll just be the briefest. I've probably been in a while, at least for now. So talk about Hiller's Lane for a second. The trucks back in from Fair Street. They don't try to drive up there. They come around. Dowling Street's two-way, no parking on each side, which is another conversation, but that's the way that's set up. So they take a left there, and they go up and take a left. They pull up in front of that yellow line in front of 27, Brad. That used to be a parking space. I used to sneak in there. Now I sneak in there illegally, but it's a good spot. But that's the sneaky little place. Unfortunately, the pole's in the wrong place, like most of them, but they'll pull in there, and what they do is they sort of run the dollies down behind the building from there. Or those pup trailers, if everything's right, they can sneak those down into that little spot before it gets narrow by that steel guide on the building. Okay, so that's how that works, just so you know. Okay, so let's talk about the Ship's Inn, and we need to use the Ship's Inn kind of model for the wood box. The Ship's Inn hasn't changed really at all. Like since I've been doing my job since 1987, that place hasn't changed. But they have the same issues. Lucretia Mott Lane has a curbing that was made by some super genius mason 100 and something years ago that I get some scared when people drive down there with a truck that somebody's going to break that thing. That like stone, little rounded curb. You could go look at that. That's the coolest thing in the neighborhood. Okay. But they get their deliveries. So what Barry brought up, I didn't even think of that. And I'm a delivery nutcase, and I didn't think of it. Since you got so many places, once those Cisco trucks and those Sidwana trucks leave town after noon and do all their other stuff and race to the boat to hopefully get on the 245, it would really be smart for you to slowly figure out a way for some of them trucks to deliver to a different location, and then you run the stuff to your other place. You know, especially the non-refrigerated stuff. There's a way to make that work. And I'll tell you, that'll happen over time. Something like that will happen. Okay. Certainly can't be any kind of, you can't condition these things. It's too complicated to do that. It doesn't work, but the drivers figure it out. You don't have to worry about trash. They're the earliest people on the island. So you're not having a laundry on site. You're going to have all off-site laundry, Brad?
Well, we've been attempting to consolidate all our laundry. Just from an operations perspective, it makes it a bit easier. That said, construction costs being as they are, this may or may not be what we decide to do, but in at least this iteration here, we're proposing one large basement underneath the 3 cottages on the 27 Fair Street side, the back cottage, which we would probably put a couple laundry machines down just to use in a pinch. So undetermined as of right now, it would be offsite laundry service.
All right, because dry events are not friendly. So that's smart. You can figure out a way to get rid of that or not be like we are doing everything on site. The neighbors, that's good for them, okay? Because laundry vents, commercial laundry vents aren't like a house, okay?
No, we don't do any of our laundry on site right now.
Okay, that's good. I mean, it's good for the situation that you're in this residential neighborhood is what I'm trying to say to you. So that's a good thing. So, anyway, so back to just the overall, you know, today's new business. You know, but this is, I mean, we have faced so much in the last couple of years prior to COVID as well, but really in the last 2 or 3 has been significant. When an older or original building is bought today, it's automatically going to be a lot different than it was. It's just the way it is, okay? And that's hard to navigate for us, for neighbors, but for us too, for everybody, for HDC, for everyone that has to make these decisions. But when you look at something like the veranda house, what that used to be versus what it is now, that's a fluffy place, Brad, okay? That was fluffy before I even came up with that word, okay? That's nice. I was just in there the other day. I mean, you walk in and it's like a different planet, okay? And I tell you, it wasn't like that when it was the Overlook. But that's the way things are. But there's a way to do it right, too, where it looks old, like the Graydon house. Looks like it's 150 years old. And it's certainly not, okay? But you've got a building there that's pretty damn old, okay? And there's a lot of sensitivity about that. And I'm really glad that you postponed your original hearing last year. And I would suggest a neighborhood, I guess I would say a tightly grouped neighborhood sort of, not sure what the word is, but a group of people in the neighborhood that are sort of your contacts, people that you can work with, people that you can communicate with without it being complicated. Because Barry brings up that 1 year thing. I mean, obviously this place isn't going to open this year, so this is really for next year. So I'm assuming, obviously. So you have a lot of work to do and a lot of relationships to make. And I think that you can find, a handful of people in that neighborhood that are reasonable, that you can work with and navigate with, because you bought the place, you've got to make it work. As far as the whole breakfast thing and all that, I mean, 3 meals, I mean, that's unusual for a restaurant to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, especially here. It just isn't that popular. But I understand you want to service your guests as well. I don't know where the no bar came from. I mean, a little tiny bar inside, I don't really see an issue with that, but evidently that's something, you've made that decision yourself. What I would try to do is think about change. Once you make this decision for the first go round, allow for changes, allow for eliminating something, allow for adding something. Very small things, but you don't want to make it so that you can't change something as time progresses and people get used to it. So that would be my only comments, I guess, Mr. Chairman, for now.
Thank you, Nat. I think at this point, we really want to open it up to the public to get their comments. They've been very patiently waiting. So Meg, I'm sure you have a list, and in order, please identify and we'll let them in.
Sure. So we have Arthur Reed first, followed by Henry Gutman.
Okay, Arthur, welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I represent some 40-odd, the owners of some 40-odd properties in the immediate neighborhood. Megan, could you put up on the screen the map that I forward, just showing the locations of the properties, which as of last week, and there may be some more since then, are in the group that I'm representing. And the map on the left,
Can you all see that?
27 and 29,
Yes.
29 and 27 Fair Street properties. The buildings on those lots are shown in yellow, and the blue properties are the ones who, as I say, as of last week, I'm representing. As you can see, it virtually circles the 27 and 29 properties, and you can see from this the extent of the neighborhood and the extent of the people who are very much concerned with this project and have been concerned over the years with what's gone on with the commercial activity in their neighborhood. Now, this has some interesting permitting issues with regard to it, with regard to what's before you. And bear in mind that these are two separate properties that are coming to you on a single application, indicating that the applicants are intending to operate the two properties as a single integrated whole. But they're separate properties. They're separated from each other by a public street, Hiller's Lane. And as such, you really will need to issue separate permits because the status of the two properties are different. Specifically, 27 Hiller's Lane has a pre-existing non-conforming use as a lodging house. Now, you have, as was indicated to you in the earlier presentation by the applicant, the ability to issue a special permit, not on the basis of its being a pre-existing non-conforming use, but as a lodging house, because this is in the portion of the ROH district that's within a quarter mile of the CDT district. And at the same time, the 29 Fair Street property, the old Woodbox, is in a different category in that it is technically a hotel under the definitions in the zoning bylaw. And there is no possibility of a hotel being a permitted use, being admitted to be a permitted use by special permit in the ROH district. It requires alteration of the pre-existing non-conforming use under basically the powers test as to any changes in that operation. And I called your attention the fact that the first part of the powers test is that any enlargement of the non-conforming use is only subject to being permitted if the increased use is attributable to growth of the pre-existing non-conforming use. And I would submit to you that there's not been any growth. In fact, there's been, if anything, a moribund status of the use of 29 Fair Street during the period of its ownership by the Summer House, particularly in the last few years, where the building has actually been condemned. Now, what is going on here is that effectively the lodging house on 27 Fair Street is being made a part of the hotel use. Bear in mind, the hotel use difference between a lodging house and a hotel is that both involve transient residential use. The lodging house is without a commercial kitchen, and that has been the case at all times with regard to 27. It doesn't have a commercial kitchen, and none is proposed in the present proposal by the applicant. 29 Fair Street has always had a commercial kitchen. It's always been operated with a restaurant in it, and as such, under the definitions in the zoning bylaw, constitutes a hotel. And what's really going on here is that by treating this as a single application, the operation at 27 Fair Street is proposed to be integrated into the hotel operation at 29, which I think is a serious question as to whether that doesn't exceed the authority of the board under the zoning bylaw, particularly when these are being handled as a single application rather than as two. But I'll pass beyond that. We've certainly had the opportunity, which we very much appreciate, to have conversations with the applicants on this project. We most recently had a conversation with them in January, and that resulted in a letter which I sent to Brad on February 2nd, laying out our concerns and the things that we wanted to see as part of any proposal and ultimately approval that they might get. And we actually never received a response to that. We received, by looking into it, copies of the Exhibit A and the new plan, which of course is not a detailed plan, that's been submitted to you for tonight's meeting. But I think we know at this point where they stand with regard to these issues, even though we haven't received any formal response from them. And I'd like to just go over briefly with you items that we've asked for that they have not given us, or they've not in their current proposal. The first item being the dinner service. We had asked that the restaurant be closed by 10 o'clock and that the last seating be at 9. Now, what you have before you would allow a last seating at 10 o'clock with a 1 a.m. closing. And it is difficult for me to imagine why you would have a 1 a.m. closing with 10 p.m. Last service. Would seem, I mean, nobody's going to come to dinner at 10 o'clock and plan to stay there until 1 o'clock in the morning, unless the plan is to come there for some late bite. And then, notwithstanding the fact that they've agreed not to have a bar per se, that it would effectively be a bar operation with the people staying at their table until they finally have to leave at 1 a.m. And after they've been there drinking for 3 hours, I would respectfully submit that the likelihood of there being noise and disturbance in the neighborhood is great. We asked that this will be an issue that we bring up with the select board later on also, that the alcoholic beverage license be limited to wine and malt beverage, no all alcoholic. And that has always been the case in the Woodbox in the past. We'd asked that there be no music in the restaurant or outdoors, and they've addressed that pretty well. We haven't seen detailed plans at this point. Yes, we saw early plans of what they plan to do in the interior of the buildings. but they haven't shown those to us yet. I know that they've been working with Brian Pfeiffer, who I will say is a very qualified architectural historian with regard to what they're proposing to do. And that's obviously why we and you haven't seen those plans yet. We are very much looking forward to seeing those plans from the standpoint of analyzing the uses within the property, and also because of the interest that we, and I think you and I think everybody else in the community has, about preserving and protecting the historic interior of the 29 Fair Street Woodbox building. In some respects, I think coming before the planning board at tonight's meeting may be a little premature in terms of the fact that the plans have not really quite clearly been fully developed. We're concerned about the drop-off area for deliveries, but I think that the suggestion that was made about there being satellite deliveries by a couple of the board members, which we hadn't thought of, may be a very good step in the right direction as far as that's concerned. We had asked that they show us a proposed lighting plan demonstrating that path lighting and downward lighting only would be involved, and we're concerned about the impact that lighting could have upon neighboring properties. Again, we need to see the plan and comment on it before the hearing closes and before the board makes any decision on this. They've agreed that the reception area would be at the rear of the front building at 24 Fair Street, and that's good. We had asked that there not be any outside seating areas anywhere on the property. We're concerned that particularly if they were to have room service, which is in their proposal, that people would sit outside, which then they've agreed not to have any outside dinner service. The people will sit outside in the patio areas on the property, and the same effect would be had on the neighborhood as if they were in fact having outdoor dining. Let me go for a minute to the Exhibit A management plan. And again, we appreciate a number of the things that are in there. We appreciate the fact that that Brad and his associates have been willing to speak with us about this, and that they've made some changes to the original proposal based upon concerns that we've raised. Going through that plan, under item 5, I've mentioned already the fact that we need to see the lighting plan before we can really comment on that. Under 6, this provides that there will be recycling will not be placed by the staff into the receptacle bins between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. That implies an awful lot of bottles hitting the receptacles at 7 a.m. I think that 7 a.m. is not an appropriate hour for that, but 8 a.m. might be a more reasonable suggestion. Again, the deliveries and times of deliveries and the locations of that will have to be reviewed carefully when we have final plans. Item 7, kitchen equipment shall be vented so as to minimize any odor or nuisance to adjacent properties. Well, obviously that should be included, but we need to see plans to see where the vents and hoods and so on will be before we can analyze the effect that it will have on specific properties. We have several properties that have immediate proximity to the building, which are going to be severely impacted by whatever goes on. And if the hoods are venting noise and odors toward their properties, they will suffer severely as a result. Meals. We understand that as a lodging house, as a transit residential facility, that they would be expected, the guests would expect to have the opportunity to receive breakfast service. And I think that that's quite appropriate. But I think it should be limited to the guests of the two properties rather than being open to the general public as indicated. I think otherwise we have a great deal more activity on the site early in the morning that will be difficult and offensive to neighbors, and that that should be eliminated. Lunch, I don't think there's ever been a situation of the, I'm going to call it the wood box, even though it isn't anymore. I don't think there's ever been a time when there was breakfast service and lunch service and dinner service. I don't think Dexter ever did that. If, as was indicated earlier, possibly when the summer house had it, they were doing a lunch service. I don't think they were also doing a breakfast service, or if they were, it was very minor. And the amount of activity, bear in mind that, we'll get into parking and traffic later on, but as far as that's concerned, people coming for lunch, members of the public coming for lunch, are going to be coming very frequently by car, and parking and traffic are going to be considerable issues with regard to all of that. Certainly there's a history of dinner service at the Wood Box. That's always been dinner service. We recognize that, but I think we're just exacerbating the situation by allowing for lunch service, and we would be opposed to that. I've mentioned the fact that the 1 a.m. Closing is a hot button for us for obvious reasons. Room service. We would be opposed to room service. As I mentioned, it can be, it can result in people deciding to have their dinner outside on a nice night, and while it may be enjoyable for them, it's not going to be enjoyable for the neighbors. And furthermore, if room service is going to be served to the people in the back buildings off Hiller's Lane, I have this picture of wait staff running across Hiller's Lane and getting mashed along with the mashed potatoes by the traffic that's coming up Hiller's Lane. There's a lot of traffic on Hiller's Lane. That should never be underestimated. It's a busy street. People use it as a cut through, and as was indicated earlier, there's no place for pedestrians, and it's going to be a hazard to anybody who tries to walk across in any place other than the sidewalk at Fair Street. I think that about covers it. I'll talk later on about the item 13 in there about it being modified from time to time by the restaurant and guest house on most items without the need for a public hearing. We certainly don't agree with that. We're very supportive of the idea that there would be future reviews of the project by the planning board with the ability to modify the special permit in the event that such a modification is necessary in order to protect the neighborhood. And that should all be spelled out. But again, that'll be something that we talk about at a point when these plans have been finalized and we're dealing with a possible decision. I know I have a lot of clients who I'm sure are on the call and would like to be heard. I could go on at length on this, but I think at this point I'll wind up and let them have their say. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Arthur. I would like to ask, I want to hear from all the neighbors. However, Arthur, it sounds like you represent 45 property owners, and in the interest of time, we've been at this for 5 hours, and I really appreciate the patience from the neighbors, and we do want to hear. But if it's going to be the same thing about traffic, noise, hours, things that we've already discussed, and also the things that you had just mentioned in your list, we don't need to hear it over and over and over again. We get the picture. And that's why I believe they hired you, so that they have a very good representation of 45 people through you, Arthur. So I'd like to hear from everyone. I'd like to hear some different perspectives and concerns. So with that, I just would like to say, if you're coming on to reiterate what Arthur just, we would just appreciate it and say, we agree with what Arthur said. Thank you. So with that, Meg, you have a list, so please, whoever's next.
Yep, so I have Henry Gutman, followed by Hillary Hedges Rayport, and then Jimmy Moss. Okay, so we'll bring Henry over right now.
Great, welcome, Henry.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the board. It is late. I will try to be brief, and I'll try not to repeat the things that Arthur said. During your questioning, you asked some terrific questions, and I think I speak on behalf of all of our neighbors in thanking you for doing that. That was very helpful. You hit on a lot of the key points. My name's Hank Gutman. My wife and I live directly across the street from the Woodbox. We live at 32 Fair at the corner of Plum Lane. We've lived there for 20 years almost. When we bought the house, it was at the point when Dexter was trying to expand some of the same issues that were raised here, to get a bar, to get expanded hours, to get more seats, to get outdoor dining. And the predecessor board that considered that turned them down flat, as all such requests over the years by all the owners of the Woodbox have been turned down. So the fact that the Blue Flag people have graciously conceded those points, I think, is just recognizing what the history has been of the building. We moved to the neighborhood because it was a quiet residential neighborhood, and because it included people who weren't just summer folk. There are lights on Fair Street all year round, unlike some of the other residential streets near us. And we appreciate the community and the fact that the neighbors care about preserving the community. And that's what brought us all together. I'll just hit on a couple of points. First, we can talk at length about the details of the hours and the seats and where the parking spots go for pickup and drop off and all of that stuff. But I would urge us not to lose sight of the much bigger picture here. They are taking two non-conforming uses in two separate buildings across a public street, a very narrow one, Hiller's Lane, and they are proposing to expand both and then to combine them and operate them as a single entity, a destination hotel. That is a dramatic change both in the nature of the activity and in the scope of the activity. And that's our problem. That's our concern as neighbors. We moved in knowing the Woodbox was there. We love the Woodbox, and Brad, and I apologize, I don't know the gentleman's last name. Brad was correct in saying that many, if not all of the neighbors, would love to have a restaurant like the Woodbox with limited hours, being a good neighbor there again, as we did in the past. I mean, that's not the issue, and restoring the historic building we're all in favor of. The problem is, and again, people have been sort of guessing at this stuff. I assume that Blue Flag, in doing their due diligence, have records of what the building was operated as during what periods of time. Our understanding, as the people who've lived across the street, is that not only has the restaurant not been operational in the last several years, but even in the years before that, it operated on a hit or miss basis. It was only dinner. Since being owned by the Summer House folks, they never served lunch. They experimented with breakfast the first year or so, and that was a failure. It's been dinner only. The hours have been limited. It's been malt beverages and wine only. So everything they're talking about in terms of 3 meals a day, without regard to how many sittings, is a dramatic improvement, a dramatic increase, a dramatic detriment to the neighborhood in terms of the number of people who are going in and out of that building every day. That matters. In terms of the lodging, nobody ever viewed the Woodbox. I understand from Arthur that technically it qualifies as a hotel because there were rooms upstairs. But certainly in the last 20 years, it has never been seriously used as a place for people to stay other than the hotel staff, or I'm sorry, the restaurant staff, the waiters, and some of their guests. Occasionally, they may have rented out rooms, but it was nothing like the scale of what the Blue Flag people are envisioning. The same is true for 27 Fair. That was a quiet bed and breakfast. They're now talking about expanding it, improving it, making it way more fancy. And they take the two enterprises and basically appropriate the public street in between to be their driveway, drop-off point, et cetera, as if it was part of the new hotel, whether or not it's called the Fair Street Hotel. They're clearly envisioning a combined operation, and that's not the way it operated under Summer House. We lived across the street. And again, as we go forward, it would be great if they produced the actual records so that we knew, and you knew more importantly than us, what the actual usage was, how many people stayed in these two buildings, and how does that compare with what they're now envisioning for our neighborhood. There ought to be precision on this. We shouldn't be guessing about this. The facts are available, and we shouldn't be imagining them. The other point, and the board was crystal clear about the value of working with the neighbors. And that was music to our ears. And they paid lip service. They all said the right things to you today. The problem is that hasn't been our experience. It really hasn't. We hired Arthur so that we could organize and present a unified voice. It's not that we agree on everything, but we agreed on most of the basics, and we wanted to present it in an organized fashion, and we wanted to sit down with the Blue Flag people, and if we could work out our differences, great. If we could narrow our differences, that was great too. But that was the purpose of the exercise, and that's why we hired Arthur. There were a couple of meetings, that's true, but when we came up with a list of the issues that we thought they needed to focus on, which they didn't focus on then and still haven't, their response to us was, you'll know our answers when you see what we file with the board. You know, that to me is, well, there's a way to characterize that kind of response, but it's not something I would say on a public record. And then they didn't even have the courtesy to share their submissions with Arthur. We got them from your staff. Thank you for that. Your staff's been terrific, and we look forward to working with them going forward. But these are real issues. And in terms of our concerns about the scope of the activity and what they have in mind, being way bigger than anything that's ever been on either of these properties in the past, this plan that they gave you, the management plan, is indicative of that. 20 employees. The two enterprises have never combined had that many employees at one time. They obviously are imagining a much bigger scope. On the subject of food deliveries that we talked about, Brad said, well, that was all the 4 deliveries, 6 days a week. That was all deliveries. That was laundry and stuff. I'm looking at paragraph 6 of their submission, and it says food may be delivered 6 days a week per week with a maximum of 4 deliveries per day. We weren't imagining that. We weren't making it up. They say 4 food deliveries a day. What scope of an enterprise are they imagining here? If you lived across the street, you'd be worried too. I mean, one of the reasons we wanted this residential community where people lived year round is because that's what we all planned. As retirement approached, we wanted to spend more and more of our years on Nantucket. And this is our neighborhood. This is our home. And that's why we're concerned. So it would be lovely if what they represented and what you've urged them to do in terms of cooperating with the neighbors were actually true, but that has not been our experience. Hopefully it will be going forward. Last point, room service. That is actually a big deal if you live across the street. I mean, look, the restaurant, the breakfast business, the board was absolutely right. Having lines outside like it was Lemon Press or one of the places on Main Street would be horrendous if you actually lived across the street. But room service, Arthur talked about people having room service dinner. That's not the concern. Breakfast, room service breakfast. Living on Fair Street now, we're awakened in the morning by either the horn of the 6:30 ferry leaving the steamship wharf or one of the church steeples as the clock towers strike the hour. Under their plan, we would be awakened each morning by the clanging and clattering of room service trays and carts going back and forth across Fair Street and across Hiller's Lane. I mean, that's a fundamental change. If you lived there, you wouldn't want this. So again, your basic message to them that they need to get along with the neighbors, and if they're going to do this, they need to come up with a way that works, is absolutely right. But it hasn't happened so far. And the only quote concessions they've made have been giving up on the things that prior owners tried to get out of the regulatory authorities and consistently failed to get. We've heard a lot about Hiller's Lane and deliveries there. Well, we live on Plum Lane. And if you were to ask Tom Bologna, our neighbor, who is one of the participants in the group, he would tell you that every summer, one of those trucks takes out his fence. It takes out mine too. We straddle the road. I mean, this is a big problem. If they want to talk about ways to do distribution without big trucks, happy to talk to them about that. I have some experience with that. But, you know, the bottom line is, I think Ms. Alger said at the beginning of her statement that the things they were proposing, all the changes they want to make, are things that are really in the best interests of the neighbors, that they're good for us, that we should embrace them. So my question to the board is, if that's so, why is it that virtually every property owner within blocks of the wood box has appeared before you here in opposition to this plan? We're counting on you. I mean, you don't have an easy job, and I know some of the decisions are very difficult, and virtually everything you do will make somebody unhappy. A number of us actually have experience with that kind of situation in our other lives, but we're counting on you to do the right thing. And whether it's under the powers standards, which these folks don't begin to meet. I used to practice law. I've read the case. They don't come close. Or just basic common sense and defense of the quality of life on Nantucket. We really urge you to hold them to tight standards and to make sure that whatever they do doesn't irreparably damage our neighborhood. And for that, I thank you, and I thank you in advance for your work on this, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Henry or Hank. I just would like to remind future speakers, and Hank, we really do appreciate everything you said. We've taken it to heart. We are trying to represent not only you, but also the applicant in the most fair way. But I would, again, stress, if we could, I don't want to give everyone 15 minutes to speak on a lot of the points that we've already made and are up for discussion and consideration that we've already talked about. Obviously, room service deliveries, hours of operation, seating and things. I understand you want to present yourself and show support, but I don't know if we could really press to have everyone give a 10-minute presentation or a 20-minute presentation. So please consider that. But
I apologize for going on so long.
No worries. Thank you very much, Henry. Okay, Meg, next.
Yep, we have Hillary Hedges Rayport, followed by Jamie Moss.
Okay, welcome, Hillary.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I'll try to keep it brief. I've done some research and I have some observations that I just was hoping the board would hear as you embark on what no doubt will be a long deliberation with multiple meetings. So first of all, I want to say that I do chair the Historical Commission. I'm not here on behalf of the Historical Commission. This isn't something we've discussed. I'm here because I live in the neighborhood. And because I walk in this neighborhood, I walk down Hiller's Lane a lot. And certainly the deliveries would affect me because that Cisco truck goes right up Main Street, turns left on Pine Street, swings around to Fair Street, and that's how it services the Ship's End. which I know from observing it for a long time. So there'd be a lot more trucks that our family would have to deal with. And then also just the aesthetics of the area. So a couple of points that I wanted to make. First, I wanted to thank Mr. Gutman for raising just the what I think should be a reaction of astonishment at the expansion of scale. We listened for a long time to a lot of questions and concerns from the board, but in general, I'm just concerned that this sort of expansion in a residential area is becoming normalized. And I don't think that was the intention of, the guest house accommodation in residential areas. And I don't think that this should become normal for Nantucket. I know that we're not, the same Nantucket we were 25 years ago. We're not the same Nantucket even 10 years ago. But I took a quick look at the residences all around these two properties. And these are folks who've lived here, own these properties 30 years, 25 years, 18 years, 19 years. These are long-term residents. And I think that a resident has the right to be confident that the mix and intensity of use of properties in their neighborhood will not be dramatically changed for the worse through the issue of a special permit. And when I say dramatically changed for the worse, I actually did try to find out about the uses of these structures in the past. And I'm really hoping that we can get some answers in a future hearing about the specifics that Mr. Gutman was asking about, because I went into the town archives of the health department, which are listed on public websites. I actually made an inquiry through public records. And the 27 Fair Street building in total had a lodging permit for 8 rooms. And then, as you all know, there was a full-time family resident, because it was a guest house with a family living there that was not to be rented. So, so that had a maximum of 8 rooms, guest rooms. So I'm not sure how it is that the 27 front and back is represented as 10 existing, because it's a front and back was 8 existing. Sorry, it said existing 27 Fair Street back building, existing 1 single family dwelling and 6 bedrooms. So if they're saying that, yeah, if it's 15 bedrooms, I don't know, but I can tell you that that building has been permitted for 8 rooms. 29 Fair Street had lodging of 2 guest rooms. And I know because before I was a homeowner on Nantucket, I stayed at the Woodhouse, and there were 2 very modest guest rooms. It was almost like, oh, the Woodhouse has room, or the Woodbox has room. So, and that was persisting into the future, because you can look up the lodging certificates. So I think what we're talking about here is an expansion of total of 10 guest rooms to 18 guest rooms. So that's an 80% expansion. We're nearly doubling, just the size of the guest rooms. So I don't think that's a normalized expansion. And I really think the board should have a very crisp understanding of how this evolved. This became a guest house because in 1977, Tim Solverino, who, I'm sure many of you know, asked the select board if he could rent rooms in the home at 27 Fair Street, which was Robert Ray's house. So really upstanding, long time known people in the community, rent 4 rooms, granted. So that's really the origin of what we're talking about. This was not really a scaled up 20-person staff, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, boutique hotel that could have 19 bedrooms. The last point that I want to call out, the point of concern, is about the ground cover. So Mr. McClure asked about ground cover, and I had the sense that maybe the focus was mostly on 29 Fair Street, which I know is not changing. So this is really a question because the ground cover of 27 Fair Street is obviously significantly expanding. It looks like that back building is getting about 25% larger. I believe there are significant basements connecting everything. And there's also a lot of hardscape going in. So we're losing open space, which I'm sure you have all walked through this neighborhood and you know how congested it is. And you know, when you walk down Hiller Street and you get to 27 Fair Street, there's just like an exhalation because suddenly you have a little bit of space around you on the left. If you look at the plan, they're sort of the entire street front of Hiller's Lane is going to be buildings under this plan. And I know this is an issue for the HDC, but if this is approved and it's being driven by the intensity of use, it really puts a lot of pressure on the HDC. Anyway, I think you know what I'm talking about. So I think we should get some very specific or just actual reports of ground cover. How much is it changing? And I think we have a big increase of the building. We don't have a stormwater, guidelines for residents like this. So I think that, maybe this board would need to have a little bit of focus on that because we don't actually have code about that. And I appreciate your, putting some, sharpening your pencils on this and making sure that it's all going to be livable and pleasant for the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Meg?
We had Jamie Moss followed by Bill Fordyce.
Okay, Jamie, welcome.
Hi, am I being heard?
Yes, you are. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We appreciate you taking an enormous amount of time to look at this situation and consider it. I'm going to do as you ask and not repeat all of the itemized issues that you have heard. I am on the executive committee of the neighborhood group. And so in that position, I hear from a lot of the neighbors, and I want to reiterate that the issues raised by Hank Gutman resonate very clearly with this neighborhood group. He's not speaking for himself. He really is speaking for a group that has conveyed its thoughts to the executive committee. And I think that the overarching issue, and this is repetitive, is the scale. This is not 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4, because there are 4 buildings involved here, but it's equal to 100, and it's or more. And it's a scope and scale of an enterprise that is completely inappropriate for a quiet residential neighborhood. My front door and my window of my bedroom are no more than 20 feet from the front door of the wood box, which will clang multiple times as people go in and out for dinner and in and out for breakfast and for lunch. I've lived on 7 Plum Lane for 35 years, and nothing that has ever preceded it and been there, whether it was the wood box or whether it was run by the summer house as 29 Fair or Fig in between, I believe, approaches the scale of what is being considered here and proposed here. And so I urge the board to really consider these really important issues, especially to the neighborhood, and take the time to dig into it and get the data and consult with the neighbors and hear the neighbors who have a personal interest and peace and quiet of the neighborhood that they bought into as decades ago in many cases, and to consider that in balance with putting a big commercial enterprise into what is a quiet residential and historic neighborhood. So I thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the effort you'll put into considering these issues.
Thank you, Jamie. I believe Bill.
We'll bring over Bill.
Yes, I'm a year, my and my sister are year-round residents. You don't hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes,
Oh,
welcome.
okay. My sister and I are year-round residents at 3 Darling Street, the house we were brought up in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. We're direct abutters to both 29 and 27 Fair Street. Now, there's a lot of things in the management plan I'd like to go over, but I won't. I'll leave just the dinner hours. That in the past, they have closed basically at 9 o'clock. And I thought that we were giving them something when we said that we would agree to 10 o'clock. And now they say that, well, that's not sufficient. They want to go to 1 o'clock. That's unacceptable. Another thing about the dining room at 29 Fair Street is that the old dining room had no windows or doors on the west side of the building and only one window on the south side. So when they proposed the changes to the rear, they showed sliding doors and windows. Well, those were I think those aren't acceptable for a historic place, but whatever windows and doors they do end up with, I hope that they will, because of the noise, they'll be closed, because we don't want to have noise from there. If, that's the same as having an outdoor dining area. The parking is a major problem. Prior to 1981, the parking lot that was out there was sufficient. At that time, there was a building was built in the back there, and a garden, Elizabethan garden, was put in. When they did that, they took about a third of the parking lot out. It disappeared into depth. And now the width is about half of what it was. And the width is such that you can only put 2 cars in there. Now, there's you actually put 2.5, but the half is used for bicycles. The result of that is the people park in front of my garage, so that on occasion I have to hunt around the neighborhood to find the driver. Well, that's unacceptable. Now, people have talked about the cut through and the traffic on Hills Lane, which is pretty heavy. So I do think it's a good idea if they can break down the loads that come, that would help both on Hills Lane and on Fair Street. The problem that I just saw is the latest site drawing, which came out. I didn't see it until the plans came out this week. The problem with that is that what they would plan to do is to have Ubers and taxis park right in front of my cottage, and the people in my cottage that are year-round residents. In the summertime, they have 2 jobs, so maybe they don't have time to sleep. But with the proposal that they have with Ubers out there would be car doors slamming, trunks slamming, loud talk as people get in and out of the Ubers or taxis. And the location of that is just unacceptable. Now, they did show a plan a while back where there was parking interior to the property. So if they drove into the property and then there was noise screening or some kind of vegetation, probably that might work. They also haven't, there's other parking that's required, such as handicap and so forth, and that should be taken care of also, as well as street parking. I have a major problem with construction that for the rear building at 29 Fair. Currently, that drainage from that roof is into the 12-inch or 15-inch space between the 2 cottages. By the way, that 15 inches is all on my property. Now, I did see something about that they're going to either tear down or do something and reconstruct. And hopefully they build that cottage away from the direct property line there. Give us a little more space and drain the water on their own property. A few years ago, when they replaced the water and sewer pipes on Hillis Lane, that was in the process, my cellar foundation was damaged. I complained to the town. I complained to the contractor. Finally, I went to my insurance company. The insurance company came back and what they said was, well, that's not our problem. You fix it at your expense. And furthermore, you got to get a structural engineer in there to direct the fix and to sign off on the fix and send us the paperwork. So that was unacceptable. I would expect that the applicant would be responsible for any damage that does occur to my cottage. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bill. Meg?
I'm not seeing anyone new with a hand raised.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. We have Al Messina followed, by Susie Spring.
Okay, if Al is there, please welcome.
Thank you. I'll keep it really short. I think everything I wanted to say has been said and said very well. Thank you. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you, Al. Susie?
Hello.
Hi,
Can you
Susie.
hear me? Hi. I am not going to go on. There's a lot that we could still discuss, but the only thing that I want to say is I want to keep in mind that there are 63 plus homes that are on Fair Street, somewhere around there, and only 19 legal spots on Fair Street. So take that into consideration when you're going through all this. And I look forward to our next meeting together. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, any?
No.
Okay, well, let's take that as a brief recess here. And let's just say that this is not the first, it won't be the last meeting discussion. Lots been discussed in from both sides, including the board's comments. I think we have a lot to think about over the next month, and I think it was very productive. I really thank everyone for, it's a very emotional situation because it's very personal to everyone. So I really respect the way everyone handled themselves, and I hope that going forward we'll have the same mutual respect. So with that, we obviously are looking to continue this.
Yes.
Sorry? Yeah, Nat?
No, I'm just.
No, are you making a motion to continue?
Oh, I was looking at Sarah. I wonder if she wants to comment. You okay?
There's so much so much misinformation. But I don't think it's worth taking your time tonight to try to go through point by point and answer it all. Let's just continue till April and
11th.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there a second? All right, motion's been made to continue to April 11th by Nat and seconded by Barry. I'll take a roll call. Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Dave?
Feel like we were just getting the groove, but aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, thank you all. Thank everybody for attending. And I think if we're moving on, Meg, what do we have next up? Public comment, other business?
Yeah.
700 pages.
We have the, and I don't know, maybe Leslie can explain this a little bit better than I can, but under other business, we have the adoption of codified regulations. And it's essentially just compiling all different town boards, rules and regs in one singular document. So that's what we're asking you to approve. We're not changing anything. We aren't amending any language. It's just to approve our portion in the larger collective document.
Sounds like a nice wish list. Great.
I make
Leslie?
that motion.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made. This is to endorse or approve. Yeah, and motion's been made by Fritz and seconded by Barry. Roll call, Fritz.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. All right, thank you all. Thank you all for your patience and professionalism. It was a long meeting, and get some rest. We've got another good one coming up April 11th. So with that, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, sir.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry and seconded by all members. I will give it to Dave. So roll call. Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you all. Thank you, staff. As always, we'll see you next month. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Good
Good
night,
job,
Dan.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Good job.
Aye.
Good night, Dan.
Yeah, good night, Dan.
Dan. That's a good one. That's gonna go
I got
on for a while.
Great, so.
Take care.
Good night.